Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, including my latest patron, David. Let's see if I can not do this by butchering his surname. David Abendroth, hopefully I've said that correctly. Lots of Gravity, Mitch Kennedy, Original D-Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twadwazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Bogey, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Dal West Watson, Maria Nealons, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
See, what happens with Dad is he puts out a video because we were in the hospital yesterday. My brother's wife, the same one we were at the museum, and that I was on one discussing flat Earth. She had to go in for emergency surgery. So went to visit her last night, and my brother, it's his wife, he puts on the video from McKeegan. Now, what happens with that is the layman or the people that have no clue what's going on, they nod along like, you see? He's right. So that's the problem we have here with this McKeegan's guy. I take it nobody's seen the video.
No, sorry.
Good morning, Ted.
Morning, Ted.
He's giving you the height. He's talking about triangulation and how we should have the height of a star, and he does it in comparison to with triangulation doing the height of a water bottle.
That's a vertical angle that you can do with a sextant if you're near shore, if you got a lighthouse and you know the height of the bottle or the
Right.
lighthouse, same thing.
Exactly. But I think the problem, they need the distances to stars and the sun, right? We don't ever claim distances to stars because we don't know them, right?
They don't even have parallax motion at night. What are they talking about? Nathan, I posted a review video, another 5-parter, this time on the nature of time, not gravity. So kind of the same concept. So you're going to have another child all the way to professor.
Okay.
But on time. And it's incredible claims they make about time, as we know.
Cool.
But save it for the actual show, not the pre-show.
Speaking of parallax, I went with my brother's childhood friend to visit my brother in Toronto because he hasn't seen him in a while. And we were talking about all kinds of things, right? Like he's walked through like certain things, but not this thing, right? And I was just kind of, eventually I went that way because he said, there has to be other life out there, right? Because all these planets and so on and so forth. And I dropped that parallax, right? I'm like, but there's no parallax. And I tried to explain it to him and so on and so forth, and he wouldn't get it. Like, he got it in real life when I demonstrated driving down the road, down the highway. But when it came to like the stars, he just like, he wasn't getting it. So I dropped the conversation. I didn't go further, right? But it's interesting.
Maybe he thought you said pair of slacks.
I knew something was going on. But that's the thing, the laymen don't get it. You got to explain it to them. So that's in the hospital with the McKeegan thing. They nod along. You see, yeah, he's correct.
Star trails is the best. I've done star trail photography. It's not that hard to do. You can do it with a variety of cameras. Put it on the tripod. You set it. You hit the timer. You walk away. You come back. The moon is moving. If you have the moon in the shot with the stars, no parallax. And then the star trails themselves cannot happen with all the different rotational and movement that they tell us. So they're saying it's axial rotation of the Earth that causes the star trails. But they have another motion, right? What's the other motion? The sun orbit. Well, that would totally smudge it or cause them to overlap, but it doesn't. And then they have another movement, which is through the solar system. So you got the Earth rotating, which is how they say it causes the star trails. But then they got the Earth rotating around the sun in an orbit, which would smudge it or overlap the star trails, which it doesn't. Then they got it all moving through the solar system with the sun at some 500,000 miles per hour, right? And then they got the whole Milky Way moving. So they got all these motions. And the only way that star trail works is only one of them. And that would be, if you believed in their begging question, model, axial rotation. But the other three would discount it. But star trails work on stationary Earth where the stars are moving 100% of the time.
Did you demonstrate that the other day with the highways?
Yeah, exactly. You can use time-lapse photography in a car. You can do all kinds of ways to prove it. Especially the one I showed where they say they got star trails from the ISS, and it shows the Earth lights going in one direction, and then the star trail that we normally get from Earth is right behind that. Just pasted on. It's so obvious. On some of them, you see airplanes on the bottom part in the trails as well.
There's like a different kind of time lapse. Like if you watch I forget what I Google something like I don't know, like the stars moving GIF or something like that, and then you get a GIF, and it doesn't show the trails as the stars are moving across the sky, but as you watch the stars moving across the skies in these GIFs or videos,
I'm Brian Green.
As you do that, you notice that it looks like a flat wallpaper just being dragged across the sky. It looks like zero depth whatsoever. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So you got time-lapse photography, you got star trail photography, so you can catch it in different ways. So I think on Mike P900, it's every 4 seconds it takes a shot. And then the other one, it would be probably longer if I'm not mistaken. So it wouldn't create the star trails, but it would show movement, like you said, like dragging it. The whole night sky is just being drugged.
Yep.
Yeah. So again, no parallax. And then star trail photography, quoted, not just me, but others, impossible on their model of this Earth with all those movements. Impossible. It should be over right there. We shouldn't have to do any more than that. Because everyone could go do that. Everyone could go, just the whole operation of making sure your tripod doesn't get bumped. And I've done that. I've actually bumped it. And when I go to review my work after 2.5 hours, I said, doggone it, I hit the thing. I didn't even know I hit it. And then you see a smudge. You see the overlap. That would happen because of the multiple movements. It's so done. It's ridiculous.
Oh, now we're getting accused of not doing anything anymore. I was saying yesterday when Flat Earth first started, there was people going out and doing things, trying to take a shot at Nathan, showing that all we do is yell at people. I'm like, wait a second. There's a lot of work that's been done and still being done on celestial navigation. You just refuse to accept it. Just want to
Yeah.
stay in your fairy tale la la land.
They all live for that statement. That's called retirement, when nothing gets done.
It's funny though, because I think this guy used to come on Nathan's show, and he tried to say that Flatsoid, he's a little disappointed of the Oaklification of Flatsoid show. So Flatsoid was like, whoa, hold on a second here. First of all, I'm a panel member on Flat Earth Debate. So I don't know what this guy's trying to do, trying to make other people look bad, patting somebody else on the back. And he's trying to tell me that there's a law of gravity. There's no law of gravity, is there? Natural law, it happens all the time, right? There is no such thing as law of gravity, except in their model thing.
There is no gravity. There's no force pulling on anything else. That's mass attract mass Newtonian gravity. Then, because that's not observable or in any way, shape, provable, you have to say it's in the fourth dimension, and it's going to be subject of today's ongoing, probably last the whole week, if Nathan does it like the other one, time. So now time is being given or attributed causal power. It's like the word chance. It's like the word chance. So in evolution, the chance, and then they say 1 in this chance of this happening. So, these are statistical comparisons of the odds of something happening. Now, I've done a lot of research on the word chance, and it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as chance in the sense the way they do it. We use chance to describe something, like I've heard in a study once where if someone's going on a train and they meet a friend that they hadn't seen in 20 years on that train, they say, what are the chances of us meeting here? Which is reasonable. Okay, but then here's what happened. You bought a ticket a week ago to go on this train. He bought a ticket 2 days ago to go on this train, and you met. You both took actions to go somewhere, and you hadn't seen each other. But when you do see each other, you say, what are the chances? Well, chance had nothing to do with it. You had to go buy a ticket. You had an intention. Okay. So what they want to do is they want to use odds and statistical, numbers and give it causal power. So what they're going to do with time is say time, even though it's a concept, even though man made it up because of the motion of the sun and so forth, it's causal in nature, which is such a far reach. It is crazy.
Wow. That is a far reach.
Well, I mean, they need something causal because they don't have a God, right? They don't believe in a creator. First of all, thermodynamics, energy cannot be created or destroyed. And in our system, material, nature couldn't create itself. Well, then how did it get here? Well, you can't say Big Bang. You can't say anything. You can't even say time. It can't be created or destroyed. So it just transforms. So then who put it here? There's got to be someone outside of our system who designed our system with the natural laws, entropic and so forth. And so then right there, it destroys everything.
Oh, yeah. That's you just reminded me of talking about that. That's what the guy said about gravity. He said, you get on us because we can't explain it, but we cherry pick with first and second law of thermodynamics, and we don't know what the sky is, or we don't know how things go from hot to cold. That's okay. But their gravity, because they don't know how it works, so they can't define it. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but when I cherry pick,
false comparison together.
When I cherry pick, I normally use a ladder.
That's not a fair comparison.
I know it's not.
You observe things go hot to cold. You don't observe things sticking to a ball.
Thank you, John.
Well, the guy. Here's the whole thing. I got it. He confessed it. Didn't know he confessed it, but he did. He says, "Listen, I'm not going to argue this. I have enough mental health issues since it started, so they're in pain."
What? Mental health issues since what started?
Since the whole flat earth thing came about, he has mental health issues. And he's not going to, he said, I have no position. No, wait, I do have a position, but I don't want to argue the position because your position is destroyed. That's why.
The only mental health issues I see are people denying reality.
Yeah, we don't have any mental health issues. They do because their paradigm is destroyed, and they know it.
Star trails can't happen on their model of Earth with all those motions. It's end the story right there. Just star trails. One simple
What-
camera will prove them all wrong.
That model that they're talking about, though, 10th, that's a flat Earth model. Besides that,
But John, that's if they want to engage with us because then they realize where it was born from. But this guy has mental issues, he says, so he's not even going to get that far into it.
Yeah, like I don't even know why he came out flat sword show. I don't know what was the point.
Well, it's
To
the
say
same
we
as
bad, they're good.
it's the same as me saying star trails they got from stationary, non-rotating Earth. It's true, but look what
Wait,
they
hold
do
on.
with it.
Hold on. He came on Flatsoid's show to tell you guys that he's not going to argue about what Flatsoid talks about.
Yeah, basically, when you get into the conversation, he's not there to argue it. He said he doesn't have a position. Oh wait, I do have a position, but I don't want to argue my position. He says we ignore all, it's the usual. We ignore all evidence, but their evidence is NASA pictures, and the evidence is gravity. Things go down, which we don't observe that because things go all over the place, right? Up, down, remain stationary. So it's the whole caboodle.
Well, there are some positions I won't argue because I'm not subject matter expert on, like math. If it involves a lot of math, I call Adam Meakin. So, but I could argue some of the other points and hold my own. But the whole point is you're going to have something you can defend to have your position. Now, this guy sounds like he can't defend any of his positions.
Well, he tried to defend gravity by saying that there's a law of gravitation. And I
And
said,
where
there
did he
is
get
not.
this law from?
Well, this is what he said. I said, there is not. You don't observe anything. First of all, I said, which gravity are you talking about? He said, see, that's ridiculous right there. There's only one gravity. I said, well, it's been superseded by Einstein. So now it's the bending of space-time. So he wouldn't accept any of that, but he knows it's a fact.
All
And
he's
then
got
he
to
gives me
do.
some math equation, which, whatever. What is the math? What is the equation for a gravitational the law of gravitation? Flatsoid said it, but at the end result was over radius. What
Well,
radius?
The one thing I remember, but let me answer what you said first, then I'll tell you what I remember. All he has to do is go to YouTube or the internet on a website and say, "Is gravity a force?" And people on his own side say it's no longer a force. He doesn't need us to tell him that. His own side tells him that. That's number one. Number two, Newton didn't have G, from what I understand, and they later added big G into the equation. And Newton even said, "Don't ascribe it to me." Again, back to star trails. Star trails, goodbye. The whole thing dies with star trails.
I just find it odd that someone who didn't want to argue the point would come to a platform that was arguing the point to state he didn't want to argue the point. That's insanity.
Well, that's what he said, John. He said you need to listen to me. You need to take a step back and listen to me. And he started with the law of gravitation.
That he didn't want to argue.
Right. I quickly jumped in on it and said there is none. He gave me some stupid equation, F over G, whatever it is. I don't even can look it up, but I know the end result is over the radius, which we don't have.
Well, you just got to realize in what he's doing and what this series on time that Nathan's going to cover today, it only exists in equational format. It doesn't exist in reality. So they have to do it in a mathematical equational manner. So the equations prove the theory, not the scientific method theory, but that colloquial theory of theirs. So the whole point is, if the equation works out, then it's real. It only exists in the math, and they ascribe causal power to time, to gravity. It doesn't exist. It only exists in the mathematics.
Yeah, I understand that. And
I
that
wouldn't
problem,
accept that either.
I wouldn't either.
I don't accept it, but that's how they describe it.
I didn't
Yeah,
accept
no,
it.
I'm saying that it doesn't work in the math either. That's
Yeah,
what I was saying.
they got
They
issues
don't have
with.
math either. They have the delusion of mathematics, but they don't actually have any real mathematics.
Well, I
Yeah.
could agree with that, but then when it comes to those complex math equations, I'm not. But I know what you're saying. The foundation, it has to be real in the first place before you apply math to it.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I had a conversation with Dr. John D, and he was talking about. It wasn't a conversation; it was just text back and forth or whatever over masturbators. I guess he contacted me through there. Anyway, he was talking about quantum and light, and he was saying that the cause of light is electrical potential difference. And I thought it was strange that he was kind of like denying like light is a particle and things like that. Have y'all ever had this conversation with him?
I haven't.
Yes.
So go on.
Wow, just I'm of the position like I don't know what light is, and I don't think anyone does. I think light that would be like a what is question, and it's outside the purview of science.
Yeah.
But he was saying you could plug it into, if you take electrical potential difference, you can plug it into the scientific method. But I'm under the impression that electrical potential difference would be one thing and light would be another.
Is he talking about
You're right.
when we make fluorescent lights or incandescent light bulbs? Is he talking in that discipline, or is he talking about light, like from the sun or actual light?
Well, his demonstrations are all, laser beams. So I don't know. I'm trying to keep up. I'm just a layperson, right? Trying to understand quantum.
Well,
So-
I could throw a stack of firewood and create light.
Right.
Meaning,
You
yeah,
know what Dr.
Or you
John
c-
D's doctorate's in?
spectroscopy.
Correct.
Yeah, but again, for someone to say firewood creates light and I could use it at the end of a stick, have a torch, and walk through the night, that works quite well.
Well, just imagine that went to school for 8 years and you had, well, on top of all the other schooling you had that's required. And one day, what every baller around says is a failed actor destroys the paradigm you exist in. Would that be easy to let go of?
I guess not, because they're holding on tight.
Not if I had a lot of pride.
I think John D let go, didn't he? Nathan, what happened with the whole interaction with him?
You mean? What interaction?
Is he a flat earther? With John
John
D?
D, you having me on? Of course he is.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but a lot of
The
people have been
ball buster.
talking about some new things he's doing.
No, he's a flat earther, but he may have different opinions on things.
The ballbuster.
A ball buster that hasn't been there in ages. I got it.
He was the one who sent me that book, The Son of the Church. No? Okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying, weren't you going through with him with the scientific method
I have.
at one time? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
When my first encounter with him.
Dr.
Well-
John D is not convinced the ether does not exist, but neither is he convinced there is an ether.
What is
So-
ESA?
That's what he's trying to figure out.
How can you try to figure out something that you can't, you don't even know? What is it? How can you figure out something that's not
Sorry
there?
about right. When someone's doing the very thing I praise, which is going, wow, what a wonderful, wondrous, amazing world we don't know very much about. I wonder if I'll be the one to find out. You ever heard me say that, Neil? He's doing it. What he's not doing is in your face making claims about shit he hasn't got a clue about. Quite the contrary. He's quite quiet, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, he
Yeah.
is. Right. Well, that's because people like that tend to be a little bit more humble. Yeah. Well, that's John D. You couldn't get any more humble.
But I will say, hold on, before electrical potential difference is a mathematical reification. So you're not going to observe that in nature. That's going to be a problem when he tries to plug that into the scientific method. That's going to be a problem.
It isn't necessarily putting it through the scientific method. I know, who is it that said that? Matthew said that. But is that what he actually said?
Yes, sir. He told me that would be the cause for light.
Fair enough.
Well,
Yeah, and
the
nothing
the
against
creator
him.
is the cause for light because everything came from the creator.
Well, no, nothing against him. It's just, you know, but he has a secular education and he's trying to figure things out. But it's just like trying to put the wave function into the scientific method. Like you don't really observe a wave, do you? Nope. I mean, unless you're talking about water, are we talking about water or light?
Talking about diffraction pattern quantified mathematically as a wave function. So no, you don't see a wave.
Yeah. So it's going to be a clusterfuck as soon as you say electrical potential differential or anything like that, because all of those things are mathematically defined with a wave function. But it's particles. It's electrons. It's not what will be mathematically described.
Yeah, all of this was a part of the conversation. I was just surprised to hear that. I don't know that he thinks the cause of light is electrical potential difference. When I look up electrical
I've
potential
got to
difference, I
defend.
see
Hold
a
on, let me
circuit.
just defend Dr. John. What he's done is shared his thoughts at the moment with you. Right, he's not publishing them. He's not putting them on a video.
Right.
Right, he's just sharing his thoughts with you. Don't take it for more than what it is. When he's got something to say, he'll put a video out about it. So what I'd suggest, before you jump to too many conclusions, and I can only say this because I feel I know him reasonably well. Yeah, he's just sharing his current thoughts with you. That's it. But if you want to know what he stands by, go and have a look at some of his videos. That would be my best advice. Get a handle on how he presents things after very careful consideration. But you can see the end result of said careful consideration, and I feel privileged to occasionally have things run by me, little old me. But when he does,
Sure,
I give it the height of my attention, because I know it's typically when he does that, it's at the end where there's very little other than me to say here's a spelling error or here's a grammatical error. There's very little for me to critique in it, because he's smart. But I just don't want you to feel like, oh, he thinks this. No, he's thinking that at the moment, and that's how he's framing his current way of thinking, or the way he's going through his thought processes at the moment. But he's not publishing this stuff. I almost feel bad for us discussing it in this way, because I know what he's like. But like I say, check out some of his videos and you'll get a better handle of how he'll present something when it is an end result. It's a final coherent thought that he's put together, and he'll put together a proper script, put it out as a video. Normally only, depends on what the subject is. It might be a minute long. It might be 20 minutes long. But it just depends how complex it is. But like I say,
Maybe he'll invent free energy. I'm all for that.
Well, right, but those are the kind of people that get there, not the people who go on YouTube videos and talk about ether. Those aren't the people who are going to discover your free energy, I assure you.
Agreed.
Free energy, hold on. Free energy is sort of along the lines of what is, why is. You're not going to get there. I'm sorry. It's at best delusional.
Hold on, but you don't know that. That's what Nathan is saying. There's discoveries that are
And
made
hold on,
all
Neil.
the time.
And hold on. You don't know that someone might not find the cause of entropy. You don't know that, Neil.
No, that's not happening. That's the God is the cause of entropy.
Well, ask yourself why that's not happening, and then you'll know why John's sentiment is the way it is. You're not wrong, John.
Oh, I know I'm not. Neil doesn't understand what's actually being
Don't
said.
take the listen. I have a $340 electric bill. If there's a chance that can get wiped out in the near future, I'm all for it. What a lovely
Welcome
day.
to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by Neil, 10th Man, Refracted Curvature, Matthew, Arwin, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Hello,
Good
good
morning,
afternoon.
good morning. Good morning,
Is
good
it
morning.
such beautiful weather over there as it is over here? Feels like summer.
It does feel like summer. It's very nice, Arwin. Can't complain. No complaints here. I'm sure it's lovely over the pond too. Welcome, all of you.
Yeah, it very much is.
Well, pleasantries about the weather. Very British of you to mention it. Any evidence of the distance to the sun as we're talking about the weather?
3 Arwinian units.
Got a slightly different spin on this question today. Any necessity for a flat Earth distance to the sun?
Well, it seems
No.
closer because it's warmer.
Why?
It seems.
Why does it proportionally though, and by scale or whatever you want to describe it? You don't know how far it would be to offer the warmth it offers. In the same way that the heliocentrists have a R-based 93 million mile distant sun, with scaling coming from Kepler and Huygens, that still gives us warmth in their model. They're not like, oh, it's too far, we're too cold. Oh no, it's just right in summer, where I am. But you don't have any need to ascribe a distance because it is what it is. It provides the amount of heat it does, but there's still no requirement for distance. Sorry, Righteous.
Well, there is no
That's,
way. Well,
that's
we talked in the pre-show
right.
about the lack of parallax. So what are they trying to say? One star is infinitely further than the other one? That's not observable at all.
It's
That's why
they
I said
just
it
need to do
seems.
that for presupposition, right? For the math. That's all. That's all that is there for infinite distance. That you can wrap it around that globe that you presuppose.
That's not what I'm asking
No,
this
you
time
don't wrap
around.
it around the globe.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking, is there any necessity for us, I'm going to stereotype us all as flat earthers, to have a distance to any star or moon or the sun or anything in the sky? Is there any
No.
necessity?
Oh,
Well, that depends on
You're
if you're a disk reifier that believes that it's like 3,000 miles above or whatever.
He's
Now we're
saying
getting somewhere.
this.
Well done.
He's doing the opposite.
Arwen's taken what I'm trying to put down. Now we're getting somewhere. Go ahead, Arwen. You carry on. Finish your
Right.
thought.
If you're a disker, then you have this very specific preconception of the realm, not really validated except for, well, presuppositional math. If you're going to assume that the realm is an exact disk and the moon and the sun are hovering over it because the angles match, right? Based on the presupposition of that disk model, then yeah, then you can assume it's there, but do we need it?
Okay, so is your answer that for the people who believe that there is a disk flat Earth model with a sun and moon overhead, for that model to be potentially reified, you would need to ascribe a distance to the height of the sun and moon over the flat plane of that model? Is that what you're saying? That they need a distance if they're ascribing sun and moon
Well,
around a flat plane?
if you want to be able to explain it more to people that still suffer from physicality assumption bias to a high degree, then yeah, that would probably work better.
Okay. So other than to reify a flat Earth model that they've not measured in any way, shape or form, what purpose does it serve? Beyond reification.
No, there is no purpose beyond reification.
So other
Or
than
making it more memorable, basically. That's what it's about, right? So you remember it. Because if you have to tell, yeah, it's not actually in a real position, we don't really know, then people are just like, what? I can't remember that, right?
It's super handy if you have an argument that's dependent on a false dichotomy
Perfect.
to prove.
Ah, yes, I can feel the relief washing over me. Carry on, John.
That is true. Yes. Good
Right.
point.
We're getting somewhere.
So-
John's found. Arwen, you've picked up the ball. You've tossed it to John. John's now picking up what I'm actually putting down. Go ahead, John.
Well, if I have a flat Earth model and someone else believes they have a globe model, then they have an argument. Whoever's model is better, then all of a sudden that's what the world is. That's what it's useful for.
So it's more useful to our opponents in the respect that they do have a positive assertion about distances to celestial items. So it's useful to them if we have an equivalent to strike down in false dichotomy. So this offers no benefit to us as flat earthers. The distance to the sun, the distance to Mars, none of these things are useful to you. Unless you obviously want or need to replace the model you've never seen of a globe Earth. I mean, if that's what you need to get on with your day, then so be it. You know, more power to you if that's what you need. But just don't come whinging to us when you can't get out of the fact that you have no justifiable height to measure or assert, and as we're now pointing out, require. Go ahead, Tenth.
Yeah, they need parallel sun rays in order for them to say the angle at the equatorial plane can match the one on top when you put a tangent plane on the surface of an eagle bearer and
Okay.
use two horizontals. They need sunlight parallel. Without it, it won't work. But we don't observe that in reality. We observe divergent rays.
Okay. Hands up on the panel who's had an argument with a glober about crepuscular rays. Hands up.
Well, I've had plenty of those in the past.
Okay. So beyond the self-evident fact that you can see light converging at the point of the sun, whose positive claim is it regarding parallel light rays?
The globers.
So why would we even need to know how to pronounce crepuscular rays when in reality it's self-evident? Knowing the name of it isn't an argument. It isn't a claim that we're defending. It isn't necessary. It's another example. I'm just trying to think of as many as I can off the top of my head.
Well, when you're in the different arguments, like we get into, it crosses over. Like in celestial navigation, it comes up, obviously, because you're getting an angle. But the angle is because the sun moved lower in the sky to cause the shadow to be different on the stick when previously it was directly overhead at zenith. They're saying it's the curvature of the Earth. So we need to know it for those purposes.
Know what?
Know why the angle and the shadow is cast is not because the Earth is curved. It's because the sun moved away and is lower in the sky.
No, but again, when you're talking about sticks and shadows, unless you're making the positive assertion, again, there's no requirement for us to utilize that from a defensive stance with a positive claim. Just take apart the claim. Now, it's even confessed with sticks and shadows that it would work equally well if you didn't assume R by their own declaration.
Correct.
Right. But that
Right.
doesn't mean that you have to adopt the contrapositive position as a flat earther and argue it. And I think most of the arguments that we're coming across, now that we've been in this for me personally about 7 or 8 years now, it dawns on me that most of the things I argue about, I have no horse in the race. I have no necessity to argue about any of it. There are a certain number of exceptions, but for the most part, we're arguing in false dichotomy most of the time against positions that we don't have to defend.
No, I agree. If you look
Absolutely.
at it that way, that makes total sense.
What are you saying, John?
Absolutely. I agree with you. I think you could concede just about everything and they would still need a flat earth.
Right. As you did when you went on Toon's channel and went up against Ruhif. You figured out, John, and you were way ahead of the curve in this regard, that there are no necessity for any positive claims. What do you need? What do you actually need as a flat earther? Very little. But it's presented in such a manner that you have to defend against the contrapositive claim that every single glober offers up to you. And you don't. It's not necessary. So as much as we're like, yeah, we're right at the tip of the spear, we know the answer to every single argument. You name a globe earth argument that comes our way that we can't undo on the spot. There isn't one. That's not being big-headed. That's just a fact. But in reality, to sharpen the blade further includes getting people watching this show to have the comprehensive understanding of how Earth is flat and how it's not a sphere, but also to understand where you don't necessarily need to argue with the people like Neil was describing in the pre-show. Check it out if you remember, when it's published later on today or later on in the week if you're subscribed to my second channel. But in the pre-show, Neil's exasperation about the frustration with somebody who, from what I'm listening to, is seeking his own, or her own, depends on who you compare this to if you're an audience member listening, their own seeking out of a confirmation bias. So he wants you to, quote, just listen, as he tells you how he understands it to be without challenge. Right, Neil? Just say yes. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Right. But all we are then in that scenario, or as I heard it disseminated between you and 10th, you're just his pain relief. And he's trying to fight you to put you in a position where you can offer him the highest quality of pain relief when seeking a confirmation bias or seeking affirmation for his own belief. Because he's not interested, from what I listen to, in hearing the argument that you're prepared to disseminate to him or disagreeing with the position that he already holds. Well, in any other walk of life, these people would be described as fundamentalists. So why are we appealing to fundamentalists? When, in so doing, all we're doing is entering into false dichotomy, so that they, if they are engaged with us, only are left with one outcome, which is pain relief from us. That would be to say they're projecting their pain directly onto us. Just one last point. I'm nearly there. Right.
Sorry.
Well, as I was looking through some of the videos on the weekend through my thumbnails, one of them that caught my attention, although I didn't watch it, the thumbnail caught my attention, was Professor Stick talking about, paraphrase his title, words to the effect of, flat earthers' ideas about gravity are strange. Something like that. And given that on only the end of last week's session of Flat Earth Debate, we were talking very specifically about something that I later went on to see was debated between Flatzoid and Dell. So firstly, props to Dell and props to Flatzoid for thrashing that out amongst yourselves. Yeah, it did disseminate towards the end, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. But nevertheless, they both offered up their positions, and there was some contradictions along the way. But ultimately speaking, you've got a flat earther, Dell, offering up his understandings of the Earth moving up, or although he denies it, accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second or 9.8 meters per second, depending on who you're asking or how they're claiming it. It doesn't really matter. Ultimately, this positive assertion that has no requirement on him. I'm asking myself, or I'll ask the panel on Friday, what's in it for him? What's in it? What's the benefit? Other than to offer up a false dichotomy so that they can offer you up gravity as an alternative with a more plausible explanation within their narrative than the flat earther's equivalent in false dichotomy, which is what Dal has to offer currently. Now, I'm not knocking Dal. More power to you if you believe this stuff, Dal. Good for you. whatever, live and let live. But obviously I don't agree, and I don't see the benefit. So while I don't necessarily want to argue with Del about this stuff where Flatsoid might, I'm more interested in what purpose it serves. How does this benefit him? And I have no answer other than it benefiting the ballers for the false dichotomy pain relief that they seek. I sort of put it in past tense for me already because you can see my mindset. Seek from us. Anyway, I'm done. There you go.
I think this guy's just trying to figure things out. Well, what do you guys do, right?
Morning, guys.
He may be trying to figure things out, but in his ignorance, he is offering an argument to a false dichotomy.
I agree.
So it's only useful for people that want to argue from ignorance, aka the ballers.
Two things I was going to say. One was when you debunk the R value with the black swan, you don't need to worry about what it is after you just proved what it isn't. So it isn't this globe. It doesn't have an R value. There's no curvature. The unlimited amount of black swan evidences the sphere radius goes from never less than 7/6R, which is not even the 3959, all the way to infinity over 6R. So you just debunked it. Now all of a sudden that guy says, okay, what is it then?
Well, let me ask you a question about that, then.
Hang on, I'm in the middle.
Oh, you're not done, sorry.
I'm in the middle.
Hold on one sec, guys. In G+. What was that, D Rose?
Good morning, FED.
Oh, you just saying hello.
Oh,
Hey, good morning.
Well, that was a great
Good morning,
beginning.
guys.
Where were you at the beginning when we needed you?
We hear you, Chocolate. Good morning.
I'm
Good
doing
morning, John.
landscaping.
Thank you, Neil.
So what is it then if it's not a globe? Great question. Do you concede it's not a globe first? That's where it gets stalemated, because are they just saying that, or are they conceding, and are they open to the rest of the story?
No. At that stage, what they want from you is more pain relief. So what they want at that point is, no, I'm not prepared to concede that I am completely deluded in my faith and religion of a globe. What I want you to do at this point that I'm defeated in my argument is offer up a narrative that I can overcome. Because when I overcome it, I'm back on a globe.
Yes, that's why I use that word concede, and why I just stay there until they concede and recant. Or else, what's the use? I just proved to them they don't live on the globe they're told they live on, and that person doesn't want to accept it based on the evidence in front of them. So it's like, why am I talking to you anymore?
Let me ask you a question, because my brother just asked. He said, how could the radius of Earth be 3959 if from New York to California is 3,000 miles?
Well, first of all, it's not our claim. And so we never made the
That's
statement.
just
It's
a
their
basic
claim
maths question.
to a radius.
Yeah,
What?
it's just a basic maths question in regards to the arc length over the top of a sphere versus the shorter distance of a radius, depending on how much of an arc length you're taking. But yeah, you've got a very short radius value on a sphere Earth. It's small.
Well, it has
It's a
to
flat
be,
Earth, then, but he was just saying, how can it be?
because of elevation angle
between the
measurements to
lines.
Polaris.
Read between the lines, Neil. Your brother's saying, how can Earth be that small? It can't. Earth's not sphere-shaped. It's ludicrous.
That's what I told him. Yeah, Joe.
Well, hey, Neil, the spherical radius of my kitchen was 77 inches. Just,
You can do the maths and make whatever you like spherical. And in this case, they've taken equatorial values up to, what would you call it, zenith value for Polaris to give you a circular grid system. That's what they've done. Well, you can turn that into a sphere. No worries. But
Why
it
do you
doesn't
think
make it
they have?
There's somebody.
Why do you think
There's
they have?
somebody that joined us that has a question for the. I think for the panel when you guys are ready. His name is JCW. Sorry, Kat.
We're just shooting the breeze, JCW. Feel free now if you want.
Yeah, I'd like to propose a possible scientific experiment.
Wow, cool.
Oh dear.
Just to run it by you guys and see what you think. So the observed phenomenon would be pressure gradients and density layers
Okay.
within a contained reference frame.
Contained reference frame. Okay.
Yes. And the independent variable that I'm proposing
Hold on.
would be
Just before you carry on. So the phenomena is a density gradient.
density layers and pressure gradients.
What's happening?
That's my observed phenomenon.
That's not a
And
phenomena. What's
my-
happening? What's a phenomena? Something happening.
Sorry, I didn't-
A pressure gradient.
what's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah. The observed phenomenon is density layers separate with typically the densest materials settling at lower down.
Gotcha. So you're saying some things moving down, some things moving up, some things remaining neutral.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. There's already been an experiment for this, though. But go on. Feel free.
Okay. Within a contained reference frame, correct?
I don't know what you mean by reference frame, but carry on.
Yeah. And my independent variable is applying motion to that reference frame.
Motion to the reference frame.
Well, he has a problem. Reference frame is a mathematical concept. Is he talking about a container?
So I'm thinking because we're in a containment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So would that not be a viable scientific experiment?
Do you naturally observe mediums in motion in what you're calling a reference frame? Is that something you typically observe?
You can, yeah. Absolutely.
Where do you observe that?
Mediums in motion?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm proposing that motion is the cause of that.
No, that's the effect, not the cause. You just said it's the effect you're studying. But where do we observe this effect? Where do we observe mediums in motion? Where's that observed?
How about a river? River is a medium of water. It carries things like animals, and if they hold still, they move. So medium in motion.
Okay. Is that what you're
A
proposing?
medium and this is a bit convoluted.
Oh, it's a bit convoluted because it doesn't match with what he's trying to figure out.
The cause of what we observed are natural conditions here on Earth.
And what was that? What was it that you were observing? Because you've said a density gradient. That's not a phenomena. But you're saying if I put...
density layer.
My bad. You're saying if I put that density gradient into a container and throw it, I can figure out the cause of what happens when I throw it? Is that what you're suggesting? Because if you can't offer me a naturally occurring medium in motion, Arwen's had an attempt. If you can sandwich that into the phenomena you're actually trying to figure out, which is a concrete noun, if you're talking about just layers of a gradiated density, if that's what you're describing, if you're talking about multiple different things in a layered state. But if you're saying that you can put them into motion, you already know the cause of what's going to happen. You putting it in motion will be the cause. If you're going to say, well, if I put it in motion, I'm going to assert that the reason it does what it does is because it's in motion. Yeah, you put it in motion. But where's that occurring naturally to explain why the thing that is occurring naturally happens that way? And if we're not observing it happen that way naturally, then this isn't this isn't an experiment to explain the cause of something we observe naturally.
How about a waterfall?
It's not your example,
water
Arwen,
in motion. That's going pretty fast.
Okay.
Acceleratory wise.
Okay, Arwen, if you want to pick up this ball, then you feel free to tell me how you can use that within the confines of separations of different densities of materials in a medium with your river.
All right.
No,
Well, if you have a waterfall that's big enough.
Arwen's picked up the ball, my friend. You just have to sit this out till he's done it, till he's done his thing. Go ahead, Arwen.
So if you have a waterfall that's big enough, let's say in a tropical region somewhere, and there's a giant mudslide, like liquefaction, it happens sometimes naturally. And then dirt, grass, even trees just come suddenly rolling into that river that falls down the waterfall. Now there's going to be several different materials all mashed into one, suddenly making a fall. The entire medium of it is falling all of a sudden, right? A big waterfall, not just a little stream. Then you could see like, hey, they're not ordering themselves the normal way. They're all falling and it's behaving differently.
What happens when it settles?
So your natural phenomenon then would not be density gradients. It would be mismatch hodgepodge of not density gradients, right?
If falling. If I throw shit out of a window, everything I've understood about physics doesn't work. Why? Because I've thrown the shit out the window.
I was much more polite. The way I phrased it was much more kind. Was it not?
Okay.
Okay. What if I shit out the window? That's a natural phenomenon.
Everybody else who wants to jump on this bandwagon, JCW. Go ahead.
Pretty good.
I only have a few minutes. I have to go to work here in a few minutes, but I kind of want to. I didn't really think through my observed phenomenon quite enough. I guess what I would put it as is the directional orientation of density layers and pressure gradients. That's my observed phenomenon.
But the orientation's not a phenomenon.
Mean density axis.
The orientation is not a phenomena. If you're talking about a phenomena, you can only have something that's specifically doing something. That would be a vector change. So when it's described by us, and props to Arwen, who I'm cutting off, it's mainly him that I've acquired this knowledge from, him and Anthony when they were thrashing it out. There's a reason it gets described as RDD. That's relative density disequilibrium. Because the disequilibrium is the effect. That's the vector change, either going up or down, or sometimes not moving at all, i.e. coming to an arrest, stopping, remaining neutral. Well, those are things that are actually occurring that you can try and induce, but it is specifically the effect of a vector change, the disequilibrium, because the relative density means nothing. What's the relative density? Well, how much of this compared to that? That doesn't give you a phenomena, though. It doesn't give you something occurring. It's not just relative density. I've occasionally will nitpick some of my own panel for this when they're it's relative density. No, it's relative density disequilibrium if you're trying to explain what's happening, because that's something happening. Now, when you take a pencil and drop it, you've had to push it into disequilibrium to experience the vector change. Same with the helium. It's in disequilibrium when you release the helium balloon that has it contained in the opposite of fall arrest. It's just going to go up. But it's in disequilibrium at that point. So you can have a phenomena to study.
That's a great description, Nathan.
Right.
Can I just add, when we throw the bottle, everything's in equilibrium until I throw it. Then there is no equilibrium anymore because the bottle's now moving. It's constant. There is no equilibrium that can be achieved whilst the bottle is still in motion, not in its equilibrium state. Yeah. So it's only when the bottle reaches equilibrium that the contents will reach equilibrium. Therefore, if we've not got equilibrium, then density, if we've got a disequilibrium that is due to the differentials in density, they only get the opportunity to play out when that particular phase is in equilibrium itself to allow RDD to actualize. If we take everything out of the equilibrium where RDD can occur, i.e. throw it out of a window, it's not until that equilibrium's reached for the containment and the contents that it can allow RDD to express itself within the content.
I don't dispute that this may be a phenomena that's worth studying, but it's a third order entropic effect. So you've got entropy, the arrow of time. Then you've got relative density disequilibrium, when you notice vector changes in this example. Then you've got this third order effects, instead of picking up the pencil and dropping it, you're picking up another medium within an already existing medium, dropping that medium through the existing medium and asking what happens to the medium within the containment. Like, so you've created a third order effect, that's clever, but then taking what happens within the contained medium dropped through the medium of air, or tossed out of a bloody window, and saying that's equivalent to the medium that you're actually occupying currently. No, it isn't. You've created a third order effect. That's all that's been done. It's not that clever, but it's clever to people who don't know the trick that's occurring.
And that's why.
That's the first thing that's
just
the
a
first
fractal.
thing I.
Hold on, it's just a fractal application. I mean, relative density still stands, but it's always the base experiments from the stationary vantage point, right? That's how it works. So yeah, as soon as something is in motion, the base scientific method doesn't apply anymore, because you don't have the stationary setting as a reference,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
For the
You've got,
motion and all
or
that.
to put it another way, Arwin, too many variables. Where's your independent variable? What are you going to call it? You tossing it out the car? Because that's the real cause. Let's not just beat around the bush. Let's just cut this off at the knees. You're causing the claim phenomena in this instance. You're conjuring the effect. Now, that is not to say, and Arwin got there sharp, by the way, Arwin. He could disseminate a third order effect within nature. So props to Arwin, because I wouldn't have got there. But I can say, therefore, as a result of Arwin's sharpness, there is an effect to be studied, potentially. But where's the use in it? Where's the advancement to humanity to learning why you get cavitation bubbles at the bottom of waterfalls, for example?
There is.
I'm sure there is.
Engineering
there's a very
advantages.
niche advancement in humanity in there somewhere. I mean,
Yes, there is, Nathan. Engineering advancement. If you know how a medium in motion is going to behave, you can use that knowledge to make your architecture for a thing that's moving more efficient, because you will know how everything within it is going to divide itself, including a human being, for example.
I agree,
right?
but look at the name over the door. This isn't engineering debate, is it?
Correct, and that's why I say advanced relative density is not scientific anymore. It's based on science, on the relative density, but it technically falls within engineering, just like turbulence
but
and
therefore,
all that, like how that works.
But therefore irrelevant.
Why?
Hold on. Therefore not relevant to the nature of Earth when we're debating it, when it's just a false dichotomy because they have a positive claim and we don't. Anyway, shout out to Godzilla for gifting those memberships. Thank you, Godzilla.
Fair enough, unless people like to presuppose, right? And start thinking like, hey, what if this, what if that? And then you get the, Earth is falling upward, and all the convoluted mistakes you might make in the process of entertaining that idea, which you, by the way, cannot physically prove, right? You can't very manipulate that. It's never going to be science. So it's just like a wonderment you have about something you can't prove either way. So
okay. Adam, go ahead.
I was just interested why Arwin's taking that to mechanics away from science. And which specific bit do you mean? Relative density disequilibrium, why that played out, or density itself, or?
Well, why the standard density axis and how it divides, right? And then if you take something and you accelerate it up, then suddenly the division become more pronounced and the disequilibrium becomes stronger within the displacement of it, right? If you do it the opposite way, it kind of neutralizes. And if you do it the opposite way, twice the speed, which is kind of dangerous because it would race against towards the ground, you could even reverse the axis within that accelerating medium. All of this is all very fascinating and suggestive.
That's not what he asked.
Just step back, and I don't know what you're describing there. I'm not being funny. I don't know what you're describing there, but no, that wasn't what I was asking. I was asking why you feel that moved away from a cause and effect relationship, like science, and more towards not understanding, just being able to predict an effect without knowing it, i.e. the mechanics.
Can I try and, on Arwin's behalf, Owen has this annoying habit. Sorry, I'm just going to speak like this, of being really, really smart and being able to, beyond my capabilities, sandwich in a phenomena where I couldn't see one. Now he's literally going against his own sharpness for no apparent reason, Adam. I have no idea why, but that's what he's doing.
I'm just speculating. I mean, this is literally what I said, what I prefaced, right? You can still think about a lot of things, but you won't be able to end up proving them within the physics standard. But I mean, that doesn't mean that it's really fascinating to learn, like, how does this all work? What happens when you do this? What happens when you do that?
So, just for the
and
audience's
that's what
benefit,
I'm engaging with right
for the
now.
audience's benefit, the very person that has said, no, check it out, I could get this sandwiched into being a phenomena. Here it is. And I go, wow, Owen, that's really impressive. You know what? You've managed to get this third order effect that I thought had a loose, if not non-existent connection to a phenomena in existence beyond a man-made one, into actually being a coherent, scientifically discoverable phenomena. Well done. What's that you say? Definitely not within the purview of science. Arwin, ladies and gentlemen, subscribe today.
No, that's another aspect of it. Look, the density axis can be proven as a separate phenomenon, basically, on top of relative density, because that's effectively the cause of it. But why in that way, right? You can potentially prove, hold on. You can prove how the density axis works, but you can't prove the ground cause of why the axis is the way it is in a stationary setting, which is the norm, which is also used.
Yeah, you can't prove entropy. Fine. Yes, at least you round out on a high. Yes, you're correct. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say I'm still not hearing the phenomena. Like, I've heard a bunch of arguing and yelling back, but I've not heard a valid description of the phenomenon yet and an associated cause. So are we saying he has one now? Because I've not heard it.
Density axis within an accelerating medium.
Okay. And we observe that where?
Waterfall.
In a waterfall that just underwent a mudslide.
No. We don't observe a density axis in a waterfall. We just see a mudslide. We see mud. We don't see a density axis.
No, it's about the waterfall and what is in it. And what is it doing? It's a medium, right? It's water. It's a medium, and it's falling. It's actually undergoing acceleration there.
Okay.
And things are floating within it. Dirt and pieces of rock.
We got it. I've already commended it. You don't have to have it 5 times.
Okay. Just repeating it for John here, but.
So we observe in this accelerating thing, you just said that it's not a density axis, it's mud, not a density gradient. It's mud.
There's all kinds of stuff within that body of water that's accelerating down, and it's behaving slightly differently as when it is moving horizontally at a steady speed.
Not ordering itself, correct? You're saying it's not ordering itself, or it is ordering itself?
It's not ordering itself in the norm of relative density within a stationary setting.
That's the end of that then. Given that JCW's specific example that he was trying to sandwich into this was the ordering aspect of it. But you're now saying the disorder aspect of it. Okay.
I'm just saying that the ordering, the axis of the ordering is different when it's going down the waterfall as when it is stationary or moving at a steady speed.
Okay.
What order are you talking about? We're talking about a mudslide now. There's no order to it.
Density axis.
There is no density axis.
More dense go down, less dense go up. Well, when it's accelerating down, it doesn't do that anymore. Not like that.
No phenomenon. Just my point. You don't have a phenomenon.
It orders itself in a different way.
You just said it was disorder. Can we stop here?
No, it's not disorder. It's just not in comporting with the normal axial behavior of the density in a stationary setting. The axis is different. It's still ordering itself. It's just not ordering itself exactly like that.
If it's accelerating down, it inverts.
Chocolate first or JCW, one or the other.
I was just gonna say if it's accelerated downwards, then it inverts.
No, it doesn't invert, it neutralizes. And if it accelerates down at twice the speed, which doesn't happen naturally, then it would invert. But that can't happen naturally. Nothing rushes down to the ground except maybe a bird in free fall or something. But
So the only conclusion you can draw is what we observe has nothing to do with acceleration.
Ooh,
Thank you.
good news in the chat. Dave McKeegan apparently has obliterated me, or words to that effect. Let's just scroll back up and see what this guy said. 16 gigabytes. Cool. Can you disseminate his argument to us? 16 gigabytes. Apparently, I've been destroyed by Dave Triangles McKeegan. Now, why do we call him Dave Triangles McKeegan? Oh, yeah, he was talking about how we need 90 degrees and a flat baseline when taking elevation angles, proving Earth is flat. Did he come up with a rebuttal? Excellent. I'm sure you'll be able to concisely disseminate it to me in the chat. Thank you for letting me know. Please feel free to disseminate Dave Triangles McKeegan's rebuttal. Excellent stuff.
Wouldn't he have to rebut himself, though, first? Didn't he
He'll have
take his
to-
own head off?
Yeah, exactly, Chocolate. Is he going to get around the fact he's very specifically pointed out the fact we need a flat baseline? I mean, obviously, when he came out with that to One Deck, he wasn't keeping up to date with the flat Earth debate, because if he was, he'd realise that that's our very argument he was putting to One Deck, i.e. the need for a flat baseline for elevation angles. The 90 degrees, yeah, Dave proved a flat Earth. But if he's come back with a rebuttal, I'd love to hear it.
I bet it will be him trying to convolute a baseline with the baseline and then not seeing their association.
That's okay. We have a GP rebuttal, do we not?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. You're going to need 90. You know, there was someone else who went over the 90 that would be... Oh, it was Dave Triangles McKeegan. Yeah, Dave was well aware of the 90 that's required as well. That would be at the GP of the Star, the ground position, with the flat baseline that Dave Triangles McKeegan was telling us about. Yeah, Dave's never going to live it down. Yeah, like with Simon Dan. Simon Dan came out and said that I'd got a Simon Dan obsession. That was his rebuttal to you and your reference frames have been ruined. Dave Triangles McKeegan doesn't realise it yet, but that's never going to go away. Ever. Yeah? That comment, like you and your reference frames have been ruined, will be held up as the example of us needing a flat baseline to measure elevation angles. It will be given to you from here on forth, like you and your reference frames have been ruined, by a baller. It'll be Dave Triangles McKeegan pointing out the flat baseline that is required on a flat Earth from here forth. So if you think that some response video he's made is going to change the fact he realises we need 90 degrees and a flat baseline, you're very much mistaken. But I like the sentiment. You think he's obliterated me with a rebuttal? No, I've already got what I needed, like I got from Dan. His pathetic rebuttal that I'm obsessed with him didn't cut the mustard. It's still useful. I'm still saying you and your reference frames are ruined, and I'll still be talking about Dave Triangles McKeegan and his 90 degree to a flat baseline from here until the end of time.
So what you're saying is Dave Triangles McKeegan still needs One Deck.
What he needs is a flat baseline. I mean, he told us all about it. You know, the fact that you haven't got a flat baseline on a curved surface. You'd need a flat surface for that. What about 90 degree to the zenith of the star? You'll need a flat baseline and a flat Earth for that. Like Dave Triangles McKeegan was telling us about. Remember?
He was denying triangles to me some while back. When I was trying to explain the dip correction to him, he was denying it.
This is it. They deny triangles, and then they do a little bit of research. And what they find out, they assume affirms their sphere belief. So they read it, and in the typical Dunning-Kruger baller manner, they parrot off what they read 10 minutes earlier. not realising, like Dave Triangles McKeegan, that telling me that we need a flat baseline and 90 degrees to the zenith of the star is a stone cold flat earth proof. Yeah? Like you and your reference frame is a stone cold earth turn annihilation from Simon Dan the retard. Yeah? Telling me that the 2 reference frames required by a turning earth to have Coriolis are ruined. Yeah, that's beyond stupid. Like Dave Triangles McKeegan telling a flat earther he needs a flat baseline and 90 degrees to the zenith of the star is so stupid it will be used forever. He can make 1 million responses. Yeah? It's not going to change his stupidity level, ever.
You know, for the past week or so, I've been hearing that we've been calling this McKeegan guy Triangle. I didn't really know why. I don't know why, maybe I just wasn't up to date with that. Until this weekend when I saw your 2 little videos about it, and I was dying laughing. I was like, are you serious? This is why we're calling this guy Triangles?
Yeah,
because my man, welcome to the world of being a hostile witness forever and ever.
Yeah, just perfect timing, Chocolate. I'm so glad. Hold on, I'm so glad you're here, Chocolate. Yeah, so what Chocolate's pointing out is it was so useful in a recent video response to somebody totally unassociated with Dave Triangles McKeegan. And yet Dave Triangles McKeegan was the one telling that person about needing a flat baseline. You hearing what I'm putting down here? I can use that every single time a baller tells me about curve horizontal or about curve angles. I go, no, let me introduce you to your globe-believing brethren, Dave Triangles McKeegan, with how you need a flat baseline. Yeah, I'm sure he annihilated me on that rebuttal.
You can also call him 180 degrees McKeegan, because he needs a flat baseline, and there's only 180 degrees inside a triangle.
Has anybody actually? Sorry, I shouldn't gloat. I haven't watched it. Has anybody actually watched Dave Triangles McKeegan's rebuttal?
I watched.
No, I haven't. But I got to say this. So metaphorically speaking, if it was a scenario, basically you slayed McKeegan, decapitated him, buried him 10 feet underneath. This guy who said McKeegan has a comeback must have did a seance, brought McKeegan's spirit back, who jittered off the same thing, told him to go tell the world. He just made a fool out of himself and McKeegan by reiterating the point of a flat earth.
Yeah.
Basically.
He committed metaphorical Harry-Carry. I came off, removed his head, and now it's on a spike that I'll poke at ballers when they tell me about curved baselines. Or about not needing them. Oh, we don't need elevation angles. Oh, really? Let me introduce you to Dave Triangles McKeegan and his flat baseline. I'm just correcting him.
I did post it in chat. I think B for a Buzz might put it in G+, but I did have a listen to a little bit of it, and it's even it does actually get worse than that, because he's talking about, he does sort of say you can get an elevation angle off a circle. He doesn't call it a sphere now; he calls it a circle. But you'd have to listen to it. It's absolutely, it's insane.
What, anyway. Are you referring to his response video?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I may check it out, but to be honest, when you've got gold, you can go back up the mountain. But personally, I'll just shine at my gold. I've got it already. Thanks, Dave.
No, he continues to make our point. I don't even think he realizes it.
Oh, you're saying there's more gold in the hills? Yeah, I'm sure there is. Dave's very stupid. I'm sure he'll put his foot in it many more times from here until whenever. He's going to do it over and over again. He's that type of person. Dunning-Kruger.
It's impossible not to. Heliocentrism is a flat earth religion. They have to do it.
Yeah, and every time they do, they share their pain. Like in his response video, I'm in no doubt. It's been playing on your mind, does it, Dave? Yeah? Need to let me know what's what, do you? Yeah, my audience will know about flat baselines from here on forth with your words from your mouth with your name next to him. Yeah, ask Simon Dan how it feels 3 years later. You and your reference frames have been ruined, Dave Triangles McKeegan. You haven't got Earth turn and Coriolis effect. You haven't got 2 reference frames. Go ask Simon Dan. They've been ruined. Yeah, that's you now. Yeah, 3 years from now when you're still hearing, let me introduce you to Dave Triangles McKeegan and his flat baseline. You'll be like, why didn't my response video work? Why wasn't he listening?
You didn't actually make a video about him to respond to. He said something to one dick, and he gave his whole game away with it. People just noticed that. So there is no such thing as a response from him, if you know what I mean. He just made a video about it. There's no response. You know what I mean? People noticed his comment, and now he made a response to someone.
He should have private messaged you on WhatsApp or something like that when nobody else was able to witness this. Between you and him in private.
I'm not seeing it in the chat. I'm just scrolling back through to see if I can. I mean, the whole point of this little aside was because somebody in the chat had said Dave obliterated you, or words to that effect. So, maybe I'll scroll down and see a concise dissemination of how he obliterated me, but I'm not seeing it. Dave runs a successful YouTube channel. Meanwhile, Nathan sits in a Discord server with 50 other schizophrenics. Oh, that's his argument, was it? I mean, that's come straight after you telling me that he obliterated me. I mean, you'd think you'd take the opportunity to disseminate his wonderful argument back to me. Was it not good enough for you to understand to reiterate it here today? 16 gigabytes, just need to add on me.
Was that his rebuttal?
I think his response, because I've asked him, and the next thing he said is, Dave runs a successful YouTube channel. That's almost as good as a rebuttal.
That's terrible that he runs a successful YouTube channel, but yet shoots himself in the face with his very own argument. So keep reiterating how successful he is at shooting himself in the face. Thanks.
Yeah, 16 gigabytes says, Nathan always does that forced laugh when he shows his creepy realization that his beliefs are insane. Now I'm asking you to disseminate his rebuttal to me. Yeah, I'm.
He sounds like he's in pain.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, maybe it's Dave. Who knows? Some troll. Either way, yeah, you just need to type out the concise rebuttal. Dave says you need a flat baseline and 90. That's a fact. So, to overcome his own stupid words that confirm a flat Earth and the flat baseline, you tell me what his rebuttal was. Just lay it on me. Because he's annihilated me, right? To the point where I'm trembling and putting on false laughter. I assure you I'm not. Like I say, you and your reference frames have been ruined is still being used to this day. And so will Dave's words about flat baseline. Yeah? That's not me putting it on.
Let me get this. Let me get this straight. So Dave has to debunk Dave in order to say what he just said.
That's right. Yes. He'll have to explain how a curved Earth will give him the flat baseline he described, or the 90-degree he described. That's right. He's got a bit of a predicament on his hands. Like Simon Dan's going to have to explain how you have non-inertial and inertial reference frames for Coriolis drift when the reference frames, quote, are ruined. That's going to be a bit of a problem for these numpty Dunning-Kruger idiots who then go on to make a rebuttal and assume because they're more popular, that makes them right. No, your pain is still real and my laughter is still true. It's not fake. It's real. Shout out to Mike. Why is the air so thin at 70k and not expanding? It's thin because it has expanded, you dumbo. Sorry, Mike. It's expanding up to the higher levels. It's all created at ground level. It's thinner because it's not being produced in the sky. There's less of it up there because it's produced at ground level, and as it disperses, it gets thinner. Hope that answers your question.
It's even worse than that, Nathan.
McKeegan. Sorry.
Even Dave McKeegan's response video, he's got. I've just posted it in the thing in the main chat. He draws a sphere, and then he draws a triangle on top of the sphere, and the base of the triangle cuts through the sphere. So the straight baseline now is not on the surface of the sphere; it's inside it. And then he draws the squares. Yeah,
Oh, so, sorry.
says
Is
this
he
is the
proposing we live inside a sphere Earth?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Was that his annihilation? The suggestion that
he's
we
a
live
hollow earther?
inside a ball to make the angles we measured on the flat surface with the flat baseline work? Was that his rebuttal? Wow.
No,
Excellent
Nathan.
job. Let's have a listen.
A big thank you to
I think what
Squarespace
he's
for
doing-
sponsoring today's video. Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well, and
I'm doing brilliantly. We proved Earth's flat with your words, Dave. So, yeah, life's pretty sweet.
thanks for joining us for another video.
It's a pleasure. Be sure to let Dave McKeegan know, given we've already given the game away, that he's drawing lines through Earth to make these angles taken from a flat baseline he described work. You can let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Feel free to actually disseminate our rebuttal to him, given that we are now 9 seconds into this video and already telling him that we don't live inside a sphere Earth for these flat Earth angles to work. Took us 9 seconds, Dave. 9 seconds. But obviously your audience may feel that you obliterated me with this. Let's see how you get on.
About 5 months ago, Flat Earth and Nathan Oakley attempted to debunk a video I'd done where I'd shown how the observations of the moon don't work above a flat plane.
And what was it with these dudes hanging upside down antipodal on a sphere Earth? What's all that about? Let's start there. I could get it back to the position. Let's use my keyboard rather than the mouse.
Attempted to debunk a video I'd done where I'd shown.
What's this? What's going on here? What are these straight lines for a start? Don't we have atmospheric refraction in this model? Does Dave not understand the heliocentric model? I mean, he's talking about 8 months ago, but that's definitely after the Black Swan. You know, we've got straight lines here, Dave. That's definitely a problem for you. You need to speak to some of your brethren about refraction.
Shown how the observations of the moon.
He'd also need angles to be doing what he's trying to do.
Yeah, these look like elevation angles, Dave. What are these lines in reference to, Dave? Yeah? This would be a baseline measurement, I assume. Or is he just taking the angular size of these things as being massive when they're not? Because this isn't to heliocentric scale.
Moon don't work above a flat plane. Now, of course, the obvious way to debunk that
is by pointing out we don't claim it and that it's a straw man and a stereotyping fallacy.
Would be to demonstrate how they could work.
Why are we claiming it? No, you are. So it's a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Nathan, however, took a slightly different approach, which was to basically spend 90 minutes getting very angry.
Or pointing out a burden of proof reversal fallacy? Sounds like you're poisoning the well rather than reiterating my points I took your arguments apart with. Because I'm doing it now. Like last time, I'm sure I'd have said the exact same thing. I'm not making a claim about this. You are. You need to defend your positive assertion. I don't need to defend any claims about how it works on a flat Earth unless I'm going to kowtow to your stereotyping fallacy. That's a fallacy, though. That's a coherent rebuttal. That's nothing other than a rebuttal.
Hurling out a lot of insults.
No, pointing out a stereotyping fallacy. I could say that you are an idiot because you've just used fallacious reasoning. Stereotyping fallacy. I don't make this claim. Straw man if you're saying I do, because I don't. And false dichotomy, because you're asking me to offer up a claim where I don't have one to put alongside your positive assertion. Is that an insult? Or is that a very concise dissemination of your use of logical fallacy, Dave?
And just rejecting everything with...
No, pointing out logical fallacies is pointing out flaws in logic. It's not just outright hand-wave dismissal. No, I haven't just hand-waved your arguments. I've pointed out their fallacious reasoning. It seems like you're projecting your hand-wave dismissals of my arguments, because I am absolutely certain that I didn't just hand-wave what you said. But that's what you've just done, my son. Hand-waved. So this would be projection. Dave's inability to overcome any of my arguments is his projection that I hand-waved his? No, my friend, definitely not.
Without showing how any of it would actually work on a flat Earth.
Oh, without kowtowing to the false dichotomy of burden of proof reversal fallacy I just pointed out? No, why would I do that when I point out that it's fallacious reasoning? I'd be an idiot to offer you an alternative when it's not my burden. It's yours. Yeah, dumb fuck. This is your burden, not mine. I'm pointing out how asking me to even do this is fallacious. You don't understand that? Maybe in your response to this, You'll ignore it again and hand wave it and claim I just got angry when I've spent the entire time laughing at you. Right, Dave Triangles McKeegan? With your flat baseline? Yeah? Yeah, this isn't me getting angry. It's me pointing out your flaws in logic. You dumbo.
It's funny how he says you're rejecting everything. It's like, no, we're not rejecting the comment you made telling us all how we need 90 degrees at a flat baseline. We're not rejecting that. That backs our side up, guy.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So what the hell are you talking about?
We are 100% behind Dave Keegan's remarks in respect to the flat baseline requirement and 90 degrees at the zenith of a star, proving a flat Earth. I agree with him. Feel free to trim out my agreement with Dave Triangles McKeegan's flat Earth proof. I'm all for it, Dave. Meanwhile, you've lied and said that I hand-waved your arguments. I haven't. And I haven't bought into your false dichotomy. No, I pointed out as a false dichotomy. What's that? I wouldn't count out to the burden of proof reversal fallacy. No, I pointed out as a fallacy. You don't understand any of this stuff, do you? You're out of your depth. Keep your mouth shut about flat Earth and globe Earth, especially about globe Earth, because you haven't got a clue.
Although, to his credit, after I'd published a video in response, which I'd made a point of highlighting his tone, I did actually...
My tone? What about my arguments? In the video, you've managed to take out one section where I tell you to shut up because you don't know anything about globes. Yet you're disseminating how Earth needs to be flat for a flat baseline. That tells me you don't know anything about your globe argument because you wouldn't be telling me how flat it was. I wouldn't be using it at the end of videos pointing out how flat baselines are needed with your own words. If you knew how the globe worked. It doesn't work. That's the problem, Dave.
Actually see him talk in one of his streams about wanting to change the overall tone of his videos to be more...
So is this going to just be a personal attack then, just all about tone, as opposed to my argumentation about the fallacy use? Ah, Dave, going for the low-hanging fruit, eh? Yeah, going for a personal attack. That's got a name as a fallacy too. It's called an ad hominem fallacy. In other words, attacking the man and not the argument. I will have taken apart Dave based on his flaws in logic, and he's attacking my tone. Nice job. This tells me you've got nothing, Dave. Yeah, you better hurry up and get to putting lines through the centres of balls we're not standing in.
Audience friendly, saying he wanted the benchmark to be that his friend would be happy to play the video.
Yeah, I couldn't give a shit. You proved the flat Earth when you disseminated how we need a flat baseline and 90 degrees, Dave. I'll keep reiterating it while you poison the well with this ad hominem fallacy where you're not attacking any of the arguments I put to you.
Videos in their shop without upsetting the customers, which I actually thought was quite admirable of Nathan. Well, recently he's published a new video about me claiming that I've proven the Earth is flat.
You have. Flat baselines, right, Dave?
With triangles.
Yeah, the ones with 90 degrees that you were talking about that have a flat baseline. Yeah, you need a flat Earth for those.
So, let's see if he's managed to fix his attitude.
Well done, Dave McKeegan, you utter buffoon.
That would be no, then. Oh, well.
So that seems to be one little section. We'll play on and see if he plays the rest.
Well, so, all of this came about because of a comment I'd made to...
I'm pretty sure I can dig that video out in a pinch because you played about 2 seconds of it, Dave. Now, it seems to me like you're not representing the argument very fairly to your audience, but I can definitely just produce that video and play it in its entirety so we can hear your own words spat back at you, right? With them on screen. We've been pointing out that the Earth's flat with your own words. Why didn't you play that bit, Dave? Why did you only play 2 seconds of it? Oh, right, is it because you only want to attack my tone, not the argument? Yeah, I love it.
He has to attack the tone because now that was all set up for him to get to this point where now he's going to tell us how his statement to one day is not actually proving a flat Earth, right? He's about to debunk his own claim right now.
Let's have a listen.
Everybody.
Yep. To someone called DJ1Deck, which I'd very quickly pegged as either being Nathan himself or someone who spends a lot of time listening to him.
So immediately you were not assessing him based on his argumentation, but whether or not he was me. Okay. That's excellent. You see, when I had a troll in my chat, I asked him initially for his argumentation, And then, strangely, like you, he just went to personal attacks and didn't offer any argumentation. And then I postulated that that was you. And now that seems pretty credible based on the fact that you do the exact same thing as this chat troll here. Maybe it is you, Dave. But one deck definitely isn't me, and that's really easy to find out. You know, you'd have to be stupid not to realise that.
Because he was going through Nathan's catchphrase catalogue like a train. Claims of me begging the question that I...
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So you've been accused of begging the question. Let's see if he actually addresses this claim from one deck that he begged the question. Let's see if he addresses it.
I'm presupposing a globe.
Yeah, that's what begging the question means. Let's see if he addresses it. Beg the question and assume it's a sphere.
That he doesn't actually make a claim about anything.
No, he's telling you that your sphere claim is a begging the question fallacy. My God, this guy is unbelievably stupid. But he hasn't made a claim. No, he's pointing out your claim is a begging the question fallacy. My God, he's why am I getting so exasperated? He's incredibly stupid, isn't he? No, we do not. I do not make that claim. So no, definitely not. We wouldn't make that assertion.
Latitudes are flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris.
With flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. Yeah, that's correct. Is he going to refute that? On this map.
Demanding proof and citations.
Like, why isn't it that he isn't refuting any of this? You've been accused of begging the question. Why aren't you refuting it?
Proof.
Go on,
Sorry,
Chocolate. Go on.
I'm just laughing at the fact that he's over there demanding proof and citation. Yeah, you got claims. That's how you back them up. What's wrong with this guy?
For claims that people make about the globe, then ignoring that proof when it's provided.
What proof was that, Dave? You're going to reiterate it now, like with your chat skank. That might be you by the standards, right? Yeah? Like your chat skank. Let's see if you actually provide that evidence now.
Yet himself making repeated claims with...
So rather than providing the globe evidence you said we ignored, see, if it were me, I'd reiterate the evidence that I provided. For example, you have begged the question, reversed the burden of proof, accused me of being foul play for rejecting a false dichotomy. So far, Dave, these are the things you've done and I've addressed. Yeah? You have not provided the globe proof you have claimed I have ignored. Now, if it were me with some super strong globe proof on your side of this argument, I'd just reiterate it right now. Like, I am going to reiterate how Dave's words about needing a flat baseline and 90 degrees to the zenith of the star requires a flat Earth. That's me reiterating my winning point, not just saying, oh, you know, Dave just ignores stuff. Moving on.
No citations or proof whatsoever, and then stating that that somehow proves the Earth is flat.
But do you not know what latitude is? I mean, seriously, do you not know what it is?
Now, this was just...
Nathan.
Sorry?
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand how what latitude is, how it has to be formed, He doesn't understand any of those things. There's a 40-minute video detailing all of this on my channel, but there's none of that exists.
Nathan,
it's pretty clear from the way he's phrasing this. Like when people say, that's not how it's done, when challenging how celestial navigation is done. By the way he's phrasing, he does not know what latitude is. That's a fact.
Nathan, he's asking you for a citation. You're playing his words as the citation. He won't accept his own statement?
It seems that way. This is why this is brilliant.
Excuse me, I want to make sure.
Hold on, Chocolate, then D-Rose.
Nah, look how before, like maybe 5 minutes ago, he had set it up to get to the comment that he made to one deck, and now he's taking a whole detour away from that to just continue to ad hominem.
He hasn't read it, so he didn't play it. I had one deck read it out in the video. He played me calling him an idiot and then cut the video off for about 2 seconds. I said, "You're an idiot. You've proven Earth's flat." And then his words, didn't get played. He put up the long list bit. so it was really difficult to read. But the nice short bit where it was really clear and concise and read out by one deck, he didn't play it. Just focused on me and my attitude rather than my arguments. I love it. Typical Dunning-Kruger. Go on, not one deck. D-Rose. Oh, did you have something else?
Yeah. You got anything else, Sean?
That was Brian.
Brian, wait till D-Rose, then Brian,
I
then
just
Neil.
want to be real quick. I want to be first of all, the at Nathan Oakley sent me. I hope that wasn't the way we do the other ones where we want to be friendly so that we're worrying about algorithms, because I wasn't nice. I was factual, but I wasn't nice. But I pretty much went in on them like you are. Secondly, it doesn't amaze me anymore. It never ceases to amaze me, but I'm not amazed anymore how, with all the evidence that proves flat Earth that they reiterate, whether they do it inadvertently or unconsciously, all of the evidence that we have that debunks their globe Earth, these guys use the method of reality, but they all rely on that. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, but they all rely on this presumptive, assumptive, unproven, presupposed curve of the Earth. So just because the ground that they stand upon is flat, that's their own concession. It is flat. However, from my point to where I am navigating to, which is hundreds of miles away, it's not flat, because I just don't. I guess I never met anybody that's stupid or that cognitive
Hold on,
dissonance.
McKeegan didn't say that. He said you needed a flat baseline all the way to the GP of the position you're measuring to.
Oh my God! So he even.
That's correct.
Oh my. That's even. Oh wow! I didn't know that. I didn't let it get down.
Maybe people
Oh, my
haven't
God.
realised what Dave McKeegan actually said and how devastating it
goodness.
was. But don't get me wrong, people didn't recognise how devastating what Simon Dan said 3 years ago. But they know now, because it hasn't been. There's never been a time that I stopped repeating it. It's no worries, This is the start of a new friendship with Dave Triangles McKeegan, like Simon Dan.
D-Rose, what you said is factual, because the problem is that reality doesn't agree with their claim, right? So they have to there's no way that they can actually use reality. So they have to convince you that there's this other reality that they have to actually argue for.
Yeah,
because real reality doesn't agree with their argument at all.
Yeah, and in order to make it agree with their argument, they're going to have to force a flat baseline. And in order to do it, Dave's going to be triangle hunting through a curved Earth, and he'll get it by tunneling through it with a chord line. That's where he's going to go with this. He's going to be tunneling through Earth to make it flat, so that he's got a flat baseline. That's the only where he can go, and that's where I absolutely assure you he will be going. But he'll have us inside Earth in a chord line because he needs it to be flat. So he'll create a flat surface by chopping off a surface of the sphere that he's not working with, because we're not working with sphere surfaces.
Just one of
many.
many.
Brian.
But that's
Brian,
what I was going to say there, just very quickly. That's what I want to just quickly put in. If he's not using the equatorial plane, then even within the begging the question model from celestial navigation, he'll be wrong. If he's using a chord line, then if he gets a distance of, let's say, 3,200 or whatever nautical miles, right? Then that chord line is 3,200 nautical miles, but the arc length over it within his model is not. So that's going to be completely wrong, no matter what way he twists or turns it. It's going to be totally wrong.
But do we stand on? Sorry, is he arguing that we stand on a flat chord line surface in the middle of Earth, or is he trying to argue for us being on a spherical surface? Because if he's arguing for us being on a spherical surface, he better damn well be using a spherical surface, not creating a flat one inside it.
Any comments across a few conversations?
Yeah.
Go on, Tent.
Yeah, well, you said something. He's tunneling through the Earth, so the correct name would be Dave Triangles Gopher McKeegan.
Maybe.
I'm going to get into the rest of the conversations later, but for now, let's just get into the triangles that Nathan thinks means the Earth is flat.
No, the flat baseline that's acquired when measuring angles to celestial items to navigate with them. You told us that you need a flat baseline, Dave. Now, you haven't shown that to your audience. You've hinted at it with a load of text that they're not going to read through, and cut off the bit where you very specifically detail the flat baseline that's needed. Yeah, I wonder why you didn't play that bit, Dave. Shocking, isn't it? Thanks to Dave for the
Hey.
publicity. A big welcome to the new viewers he has sent here. Oh, yeah, I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Did he put his link? Did my link? Oh my God, shut up. Did he put a link to my video? Let's have a little look. No, he didn't. No, I mean, me doing that for him, like I do with every single one of these response videos, when I say, go to Dave Triangles McKeegan and quote him. Put in quotes, you need a flat baseline, end quote, Dave Triangles McKeegan, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Now, has Dave put my link? No, he's a wanker who cuts out his own words so he doesn't have to defend them and doesn't put a link to my video, doesn't share with the algorithmic love that he gets, regardless of YouTube's acknowledgement of his Dunning-Kruger idiocy, because it doesn't matter how stupid you are or how much you prove a flat earth. You're anti-flat earth, so you'll get all the views. But you won't respond by putting my link in because you're a wanker, Dave. A beta cuck wanker. Yeah?
Just curious, Nathan, how far are we into this video? How much time?
2 minutes 48.
How many?
2 minutes 48 seconds.
Okay, so it's taking 2 minutes just to get to the. I mean, we're not even there yet, but to get to the crux of the argument, which is his statement to one deck. So we'll see how he gets on.
Yeah, with me, I tend to not bury the headline. Like, I'll put Dave Triangles McKeegan's words right at the beginning of the video because they're devastating. Yeah, 3 minutes before we get anywhere near the point when he's vaguely brushed over his own words.
Hey, real quick.
Go on.
Real quick, I wanted to add to what 10th Man said. You said gopher. Don't moles dig underground too?
Yeah, we might call him a mole.
Okay.
Nathan,
So
listen
wouldn't
to
it
some of
be
this.
Dave Triangles, McKeegan the mole? He's a mole. He has to dig
we heard.
underground, you said, to get.
We got it. Thanks.
Okay.
Going to laugh at this one. This is a bit long, but I'll just. This is one of his other replies to me. I mean, you can't use elevation angles alone to measure heights on a globe because you need a triangle with a flat baseline.
So should we hear that again? In the words of Dave Triangles McKeegan, you need a flat baseline.
This is one of his other replies to me. I mean, you can't use elevation angles alone to measure heights on a globe because you need a triangle with a flat baseline.
I wonder where that appears on a curved surface. It doesn't, Dave. You need a flat earth for that. A flat baseline. Yeah, that's right. That's you proving Earth's flat, my friend.
With a known length to the GP of the object in the sky.
That's a derivation, by the way. It's a calculation. Welcome to Flat Earth, Dave McKeegan, you complete idiot. So you are proving that we can only get this measurement with a flat baseline? So Dave McKeegan has quite literally proven Earth is flat with that last statement.
It all began with one deck stating Nathan's claim that latitudes are flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. So I asked him...
So you don't know what latitude is then, Dave? Dunning-Kruger. I love it.
If that is the case, how high is Polaris above the Earth?
Sorry, who was claiming height? Nobody was claiming height.
Nobody.
So this is called a straw man fallacy, Dave. Maybe you'd like to claim I'm hand-waving this devastating response. This is called a straw man. Nobody's claiming the height. Celestial navigators don't need the height. They need the angle to calculate the distance to the GP in nautical miles. Minus from 90 times by 60 after you measure the angle off a flat baseline. Right? So you take your tool, your sextant, you point it at the horizon, and you establish a flat baseline. End quote, Dave Triangles McKeegan. And that baseline can extend from your position for thousands of miles beyond the horizon. Now, let me just get it clear at this point. That's a ground position, not an inside Earth position, but a ground position because we're navigating the ground. Just want to get that clear right now.
Now, I appreciate not everyone's comfortable with calculations. Some people might struggle with even basic maths concepts, like converting meters to kilometers.
Oh, it's just going to be the full-on personal attack and ad hominem. When you've definitely got no argument, go to the kilometers argument against me personally. Yeah, you've got nothing, have you, Dave? Maybe you'd like to accuse me of hitting my kids too.
But this is actually pretty straightforward trigonometry. If you know the length of a side and two angles...
This looks very much like a flat earth proof you're drawing out here, Dave. Is this a curved earth? Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, let me know from the live stream chat. Is Dave now exempling a curved earth with this example? Type A in the chat if you feel that Dave is using this example on screen now to prove that the ground is, as per the demonstration, curving, because that's what he's showing. This is a curved earth example, right? With these angles that require a flat baseline, Dave. This is going to get embarrassing very quickly. Type B if you understand and appreciate that Dave's proving a flat earth.
I think he's about to try a straw man with us. He's about to do this. Oh, you must have the height of the star, the actual height of the star, to be able to use a triangle on a flat earth.
Meanwhile,
no.
Meanwhile, this angle he's describing, they are used in celestial navigation every day, and they need this flat baseline, the same one Dave Triangles McKeegan detailed to us as being a requirement. Yeah. Now, if you're measuring an angle to a star, and this guy over here is measuring an angle to a star, then the land between them is flat. That's what's being demonstrated here. Now, I appreciate what you're saying. He's going to go on to some straw man about the height. When did we ever claim a height? Meanwhile, celestial navigation takes the angle and then minuses it from 90, times it by 60 to give you the distance to the GP of the star you've measured the angle of. There's no involvement of height in that calculation. That's celestial navigation.
Yeah, but see, where he's going to go, just very quickly, John, where he's going to go is this. This is my prediction. He's going to try and strawman us with this, you need a height, something that celestial navigation never, ever use or claim to the celestial body, to use a triangle, to do the length of sides and solve for the right angle triangle on a flat earth. Whereas what he's going to do then is take the angular measurement that he on the flat earth he needs to take it, right? And then put it at the center of his globe and make the distance an arc length.
Oh, I see.
So
you're saying once he's acquired the angles from a flat Earth, he'll then utilise them with his sphere belief after measuring them off a flat Earth. I see.
Yeah, it's a bit more scummy though. What he's trying to do is hijack the actual reality, which is the measurements of a flat Earth. He's going to try hijack that actual reality for himself and the globe.
I see. Well, we'll start where we start with this example where he started with this example, which is angle measurements, which is what we do in celestial navigation. We take angle measurements, and they're done with reference to a baseline. This requires a flat Earth. So long as we're all clear from this point forth that the only way we can acquire these angles are if this line is straight, that requires a flat Earth. I just want to say this one more time for any of Dave's audience that may be watching. This is me responding to Dave's claims as opposed to hand-waving them. He is, in fact, a liar because we are responding and using his own words to prove angle measurements, as described in his comments, because I don't need any of this, I've already got it from him, require a flat baseline. Now, this guy measuring a star over here could be 5,000 miles away from this guy, but they're both measuring with respect to the same baseline. Flat Earth.
You can then calculate where those angles will intersect.
So long as you've got a flat Earth to get the angles from.
And create a triangle.
So long as Earth is flat and the baseline is flat. You can't have a curved Earth to do this.
He's getting ready to do the example of my kitchen not being flat. He's getting ready to do that.
You can subsequently calculate the height above the baseline where those lines intersect.
You want to show us where that's done in celestial navigation? Because that's what was being detailed in Wandek's comment to you. So, given that celestial navigation with triangles is on your thumbnail, I'm going to assert that this is a straw man. Again, because
this isn't in reference to celestial navigation. Your thumbnail shows triangles on a pizza pie Earth straw man. Yet another straw man I don't claim. This video is about me, I don't claim this. Meanwhile, you've got triangles on this surface. They don't seem to be all referencing a point for triangulation, which kind of tells me that you don't understand how this process works, or you depicted it in a better way. Nevertheless, you don't. That much is clear. You don't even know what latitude is. However, you are still asking us about a height, which isn't necessary in celestial navigation, which is what this discussion's about. Strawman.
Which forms two right-angled triangles.
Yeah, you need a flat Earth for those right-angled triangles. Okay, so at this point, Dave is continually and perpetually proving a flat Earth. Because to do this, acquire this, which is step one, this is the representation of the ground, and it's flat. So we need 90 degrees, Dave. You're doing a wonderful job. And we need a flat baseline to measure these angles. So long as there's angle measurements involved, it's going to be referenced to the flat Earth. Okay, moving forward, I just want the audience to cement that in their mind. If there are any references to baselines, 90s, or angle measurements, it is always and can only be in reference to measurements taken from a flat surface. Facts. That's what angles are. They're not meeting curves.
It becomes even simpler if you're already dealing with a right angle straight out of the gate.
Why? Because you've already measured it off a flat Earth at that point, Dave. So if you start with the angle that's only acquirable from a flat Earth, it's much easier. Yeah, you sound like Protothad. And MC Toon. Yeah, they both had the same problem. See, MC Toon offered up a £10,000 challenge for how we could use only acquirable flat Earth elevation angle measurements on a flat Earth. And we pointed out to him, I pointed out personally to Toon, in excess of 86 times. It's another one of those fake laughs. The 86 renditions that you could only get the measurement off a flat Earth, Dave. Do you want me to show you? Here it is, it's your example. Here's an angle measurement. It requires a flat baseline. Here's two dudes measuring the same star from thousands of miles apart. And they're on a flat baseline, Dave. That's a flat Earth. This isn't curving, my friend. So long as every example moving forward acknowledges the fact that we need a flat Earth to get these angles, yeah, it's far easier to ignore that and start with them, isn't it, Dave? But to measure them, you need a flat Earth, like you pointed out in your comment. That's gold.
Line where those lines intersect, which forms two right-angled triangles.
Not on a sphere, my friend. You don't get those 90s on a sphere. So you're annihilating a globe because you don't have 90 on a sphere ever. Maybe you didn't listen to my most recent video taking apart some bullshitter of a geodesic surveyor where it's talking about having straight lines and 90s on a sphere. These don't exist on a sphere ever. So why are you talking about 90s when you can't have them on a sphere? This is slightly bewildering to me. Anybody maybe care to posit an answer as to why Dave would be talking about 90s when they don't exist on a sphere? Anybody care to answer me? I'm just baffled.
I don't know. I don't know why he did
And this is
90s.
why it was so devastating. This is why they said, shh, don't talk about 90.
Yeah, Dave wasn't around back then. Dave was just an itch in his dad's flat earth pants at that point, wasn't he? Because he wasn't around when they were all saying, shh, don't mention 90. Is Dave, old as you like, talking about 90? Dave, my friend, you need to keep up to date with the flat earth debate because this is devastating for you.
Well, I put 3 slides into masturbators if you need them a bit later. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to reference your slides too, Brian, as well as the one I put.
No, definitely. I'll go with the top black and white one with bendies on till 90. Let's have a little look at this, shall we? What's this? This looks very much like a triangle, doesn't it? Yeah, this would be your dude taking an angle measurement to the star. Yeah? I don't seem to see any assertion of height on here. Where does it show you the height? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it's because it's not relevant, Dave, you stupid straw-manning idiot.
Go to the previous slide prior to that from the Smithsonian Magazine.
You want to read it out? Go ahead.
Sure. A sextant is used to measure the altitude of a celestial body above a horizontal line of reference. Altitude, in this case, is a special use of the word describing an angular measure not distance in feet above sea level.
Do you understand that, Dave? No, you don't. You're Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, did a little bit of research and started telling us about 90 and flat baselines. Meanwhile, this is a measurement that you can take, and it requires 90. Do you remember you telling us about 90, Dave? Yeah, devastating, mate, because you can't have that on a sphere. Now, in this depiction, they seem to have this curve to imply that the surface of the ground is curving. Yeah, that wouldn't give you this. See how it's labelled 90? That means this is flat. Like you described, Dave, remember, with the flat baseline? That's an actual measurement that you take in reference to the ground that you're standing on. Ground position, GP? Yeah, son. Yeah, it's in reference to the ground. Yeah. Devastating, mate. Because you're describing 90 degrees too, aren't you? It's just you haven't tried to beat around the bush and make it look like we've got a curved surface. You're just balls out saying it's flat, aren't you, Dave? Yeah, no attempt to make this look like it's the curved Earth. When you measure angles, it needs to be flat, doesn't it, Dave? To get this 90. Yeah, shocking. That's our argument, you know, Dave. If you weren't so stupid, you'd have realised that before you started reiterating this. Because this will also get trimmed out, Dave. It's very useful for our argument, these 90s. Yeah? Because they're on the surface of Earth. And you can't have them on a curve.
The reason I gave you that exact diagram, just very quickly, Chocolate, was because that's an official diagram where they try to curve the baseline slightly, right? Because of cognitive dissonance or whatever, right? But they can't be because it's using 90s. But when Dave tries to put a line through a sphere, then he'll be working outside of what this diagram, which is an official diagram, is claiming.
Yeah,
the official one as well if you want.
The official diagram recognises that you're talking about ground positions of stars. That means it's the position on the ground. And, you know, they need to infer that there's some sort of curve to the ground. That's why you end up with a diagram like this. They know that, oh, this is a bit awkward, isn't it? The ground's supposed to be curving and that. And we're talking about the ground position of the star with 90 at the ground position. At 90, meaning that it's flat. Yeah, so we'll obviously, you know, we'll try and kind of allude to the surface being curved. You see that? Yeah, we'll make it look kind of like it's curving. We'll put a 90 on it, and we won't put it with a box. We'll put it with a curve. But it's still 90.
There's actually two 90s.
Yeah, it's
There's
not.
one at the observer and one at the GP.
Yeah, one at the GP, one at the observer. You've got a square, basically, to the ground position. Now, like I say, these people aren't amateur Dunning-Kruger idiots, and they're trying to allude to there being a curved surface. There isn't. There wouldn't be 90 if it was. But like I say, Dave's just put it flat. You know, made it really clear that 90 meets a flat surface. Right, Dave? You bloody idiot. What an amateur.
It becomes even simpler if you're already dealing with a right angle straight out of the gate.
Because you'll have already proven a flat Earth at that point.
And we can use this to measure the size or the distance of things.
So you're saying if you've got a flat baseline and 90 degree along the surface from your position to the GP of a star, you can measure distances, what, to the GP? Yeah, you can, with the angle, not with the height, though. I mean, you just don't understand any of this stuff. You're stupid.
For example, let's say I want to know how tall this bottle is with...
Why? We're talking about celestial navigation. I mean, you seem to be all smarty pants when you were referring to one deck about celestial navigation specifically. Oh, yeah, with baselines and 90s and stuff. Yeah, like in this diagram. But now we're not going to be talking about stars. We're going to be talking about measuring physical items. Now, that's not what we do with celestial navigation, though, is it? We use stars, not bottles. Why would you want to take it to something that isn't stars, Dave? Do you need to move away from your devastating proof above Earth being flat and move it away from the ground? It seems so. Go on, whoever interrupted me. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's a false comparison anyway. You know the height of the bottle. How are you going to know the height of a star?
You don't need to. You're not trying to get the height of the star. He's now trying to get the height of the bottle.
He is.
Yeah, I recognise that. Thanks, Neil. Yeah, he's trying to get the height of the bottle because he's trying to offer up a straw man to burn. So now he's going to try and measure the height of this bottle he can stick a tape measure on. Yeah, that's not what you do in celestial navigation, Dave. You seemed all cocky about talking about celestial navigation to one deck, Dave. Now you're measuring heights of bottles when we don't measure heights of stars in celestial navigation, Dave. They're elevation angles. There's a very different description. 10th, can you read it out again for him? Because he's dumb. It's on screen now for the audience.
Yeah, hold on. I'll get right there to it. I am there. A sextant is used to measure the altitude of a celestial body above a horizontal line of reference. Altitude in this case is a special use of the word describing the angular measure, not a distance in feet above sea level.
So comparable to a height measurement of a bottle, Dave? No, you fundamentally don't understand what we're doing with celestial navigation, even though you tried to pretend you did. To one deck. Yeah, you'd read an article about it, could reasonably parrot off the article and seem like you understood what it's doing, but now you seem to be measuring heights of stuff when we're talking about an elevation angle. Now, I know elevation seems like it's related to height if you're Dunning-Kruger idiot, but it isn't. Yeah? You stupid boy. Yeah? Your dog knows more about this than you do, clearly, because you think it's about the height, comparable to the height of this bottle, making you stupid. Wow, I just got a massive super chat. Hold on one sec. Shout out to James Williams. Just gives me money. 120 Canadian dollars. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it.
What he's doing.
Sorry.
But go on, Chaka. You go first because I got a couple of things to say.
I was just going to say this all just sounds like a tactical diversion. Because again, this is supposed to be a response to our response to his comment. Yet he hasn't read out the comment, he's just spoken about it, and then continued to talk about 90 and right triangles without addressing the actual statement that he made that we are saying backs our point. So this is all a diversion. This is nonsense.
Yeah, the guy in the comment section, just as you started this off, whatever your name was, yeah, this isn't an annihilation, it's another opportunity to stamp on his head that's been decapitated. So I don't know where you were getting the impression that he'd done a good job. Nah, short of telling me that I'm a child beater, he just attacked me personally and ignored every one of my arguments whilst projecting his hand-wave dismissal. And now he's attacking and burning a straw man. It's not about the height of anything, so measuring the height of this bottle is not going to be comparable to celestial navigation, Dave. You just don't understand what you're doing. It's not about the height. You didn't understand how elevation angles not about height? Nah, mate, you're thick.
Without physically measuring it.
Hang on. Let me explain what he's doing here. The sextant, when you're near shore, when you have charts that depict, say, construction on the shoreline, maybe on a cliff, like a lighthouse, gives you the height of the lighthouse. And they use the sextant, knowing the height of the lighthouse, to have vertical danger angles because they want to know in relationship to the other markings on the charts where the rocks are on the water, where there's shallowness, so they avoid that. That's because on the charts, the height of the bottle, in this case, the lighthouse, is given. It's not celestial navigation with angular relationship. It's totally different use of the sextant. You can also use it horizontally as well.
Hold on. It's giving you the height above surface or sea level still in this example we're talking about. What is this doing for him?
Nothing. He's still got to take an elevation angle reference to surface level, and the surface level is the horizontal baseline. It's still going to be the ground. It's still not going to be curved. It's still not assisting him in any way. It's just not celestial navigation. It's still burning a straw man. But I appreciate your point. Even though he's trying to burn a straw man unrelated to his devastating flat Earth elevation angle requirement in his comment, he's still proving a flat Earth with this.
He's in a category error.
Yes.
Because when it comes to the bottle, you're looking to find out the height of it, right? But you'd have to have the distance to it to find out the height. Or if you want the distance to it, you'd have to know the height. You're not looking for that with celestial navigation. You're only looking for one thing, not two. You're only looking for the distance to the GP of that celestial body. You're not looking to solve for the height. The height of the celestial body is immaterial.
Correct. It's a straw man.
It has a height.
Yeah, category error, straw man, whatever you want to call it. I just got to do a quick shout out. Face Reality, thank you for the super chat. A levitating water ball in a vacuum, question mark. Orbiting at Mach 630 would instantaneously evaporate all of the water off it. as its temperature heats up. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
Yep, but Brian, do you think he's going to stop and tell his audience about what you just said? That we're not trying to solve for height? Do you think he's going to do that?
He doesn't know. Do you think he
It's not
realizes?
because, well, I think he's been schooled a little bit now since the last time I spoke to him. But what he's like, the whole point that he's trying to push is that we should be using the internal angles and length of sides, which is solving for the right angle. But you're not doing that in celestial navigation. You're using two right angles because you're creating a square, but you're not solving for the internal angles to get a height to the star. It's the GP you want, and the distance, the horizontal distance between the observer and the GP of the celestial body, because you also need to have parallel zeniths. So it doesn't matter, because at the end of his big straw man, when he tries to hijack everything, I have a little nugget that's going to absolutely annihilate him. So don't worry about it.
Well, we know if we put this on a table, the center of the top is going to be directly above the center of the base, and that's going to create a 90-degree angle to the table.
So to do this, you need a flat baseline. So again, just for the audience, maybe type A if you think this 90-degree and flat baseline he's describing in some way proves the ground is curving, when he's very specifically detailing how things are done off a flat surface. Dave, is it just me, or are you continuously smashing your own face in with a shovel here? Because to have 90 degrees in reference to the ground that we're navigating, Earth must be flat. Like you detailed in your comment, the flat baseline, do you remember? Yeah.
Everybody else is saying, shh, don't say 90, but he's saying 90. Brilliant.
It is.
There's a picture of it in Master D.
Quick shout out to Godzilla37. This is, to be honest, sent you a super chat. It was asking if air is in layers. You missed it, apparently. I'm really sorry. Thank you for the super chat there, Godzilla. This one I didn't miss. Thank you for the other one.
Maybe McKeegan's tactic is to, if he just debunks his own position within the argument before the opponent does, then he wins.
Seems legit.
Okay, yeah, I'll put this on if you like, 10th. It's on screen now.
Yeah, there's a picture, side-on view in a cartoon form of, there's what John was saying, you need a flat baseline to get that lighthouse, a known distance. So you already know what the lighthouse height is because it's on the charts, and you want to make sure that part between you and that cliff, if there's any danger angles there that you could avoid so you don't crash on the rocks. But you already know the height of the lighthouse, the height of the cliff, because it's on your chart written down.
That's fine, but even in this
ocean,
okay, even in this example, you've got 28 degrees off a flat baseline. So according to this diagram,
yes.
You've got 90 degrees to the lighthouse, 28 degrees from your position. This is a flat Earth proof as well. Like Dave McKeegan's example on screen now. 90 degree to a flat baseline.
Yeah.
It's a flat Earth proof. Can't be done any other way.
Hang on. Don't forget the other picture showing a circle of equal altitude next to it.
That's what I was getting ready to say. If you use two flat Earth proofs in conjunction, that makes a globe, right?
No.
Oh, damn. Never mind.
We can measure the ground distance between the center of the base of the bottle and our observation point, which in the case of this is 40 centimeters.
On a flat table. So you're proving Earth's flat. So how we do it is use things that are flat to get 90 to them. Well done, Dave McKeegan. I'll say it again. You've proven a flat Earth. Yeah, flat baseline, 90 degrees. This is the methodology. Comparable to a table, scaled up, Earth's flat. Yeah, completely agree. All of the people around you, Dave, have been saying, don't mention 90. That's your side making it clear amongst yourselves on the globe side that you don't want to discuss the 90 degrees to the baseline with the star above it. Because that is only possible on a flat plane. Scaled up, it looks like this. That's a flat Earth, my friend. Is he insane? Did he go, oh my God, I chopped my head off. Quick, pour some acid on it.
Yeah, it seems that's what he's doing. He's going to really, 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 really prove it's flat this time.
And the table being flat gives us a perfectly straight baseline.
I cannot quite believe my ears. Sorry, chat commenter. Was this Dave annihilating me? Really? Let's have a listen to that again. I mean, this is devastating. You're absolutely right, chat commenter. I should have been so fearful of this video. Proving it.
It cannot be real.
No, this is Dunning-Kruger. I've never seen such a perfect example of it.
This is insane, is what it is.
The distance of things. For example, let's say I want to know how tall this bottle is without physically measuring it.
You'll need a flat earth for that, Dave. Let's see how.
Well, we know if we put this on a table, the center of the top is going to be directly above the center of the base, and that's going to create a 90-degree angle to the table. We can measure the ground distance between the center of the base of the bottle and our observation point, which in the case of this is 40 centimeters, and the table being flat gives us a perfectly straight baseline.
Well done, Dave Triangles McKeegan. You have cemented your place in history as the first glober to go out of his way to make it absolutely 100% clear that the ground distance is flat. My God, I cannot quite believe it. I'm going to listen to that again.
So the bottle and our observation point, which in the case of this is 40 centimeters, angle to the table. We can measure the ground distance between the center of the base of the bottle and our observation point.
So the ground distance, the distance along the ground. Gotcha.
Which in the case of this is...
This is not a category error when he compared it to the lighthouse. This is how you would get the height of the lighthouse on a flat Earth.
On a flat Earth, that's correct. Like Al-Biruni getting the height of the mountain. On a flat Earth. That's right. Dave McKeegan is currently giving my audience a jolly good flat Earth demonstration. That's right. Let's continue.
Yeah, if 1 second. If the lighthouse was 15 miles away from a boat, that would mean that the water between the boat and the lighthouse has to be horizontal for Dave's current description of a different use of triangles, as well as the other one.
Yeah, we're still on the straw man. He's not talking about celestial navigation anymore. He thinks, but by negating away from celestial navigation, not playing back his own comment about celestial navigation, he can talk about measuring angles to get height, which isn't celestial navigation. Yeah, he's a thicko. But in so doing, he's still proving that this unequivocally requires a flat Earth. He's just talked about the ground distance. Let's listen to the rest of what he says about the ground distance.
It's 40 centimeters, and the table being flat...
So when we're talking about ground distance, we're talking about it being flat. Well done. Welcome to Flat Earth. You're an idiot.
Gives us
but technically we don't even need, just very quickly, we don't even need elevation angles because we can just use the angular sizes of things to get its horizontal distance. A perfect example David's giving, if we use a lighthouse from 15 miles away, that will mean the water between the boat and the lighthouse must be horizontal because you have to take in the height of the base of the lighthouse above sea level as part of your, calculation.
Oh, like a really good flat earther, he's actually contributed to the argument. So where we have overcomplicated it until now, what we really needed was the insight of a Dunning-Kruger baller to simplify it not to celestial navigation and the complexities of acquiring areas of equal elevation, for example, but simple angular size measurement itself. In this case, the angular size of a lighthouse also requires a flat Earth and is far simpler to describe, like Dave Triangles McKeegan is doing and proving a flat Earth for my audience right now. It's really simple. You just compare measuring the height of a bottle along a flat table with an angle that requires the table, as a prerequisite, is flat, and comparable to the ground distance that's flat. Well done, Dave! Welcome to the club. That's right, Earth's flat. A simple height measurement of a bottle compared to the scale of Earth doing the exact same thing, shows you that, like the table, it needs to be flat. Earth is flat.
Straight
It's
baseline.
worse than that, Nathan.
We can then just
It's worse
measure
than
the
that.
angle.
God,
Very
we're never going
quickly,
to get past this if we
because-
don't stop talking.
No, I'll be very quick because this is pertinent. Worse than that, and I'll tell you why. Because he's also using perspective, which is what the angular size of something is. That's not part of the globe math. There's no perspective. That's hijacked by the globe. There's no perspective. And so to do this, he's proving that, number one, the globe, he's debunking the globe and proving it's flat.
So, Dave,
With what he's
just out of
exactly.
interest, this bottle that you're talking about, the angular size and how you'll measure it off a flat Earth comparable to a lighthouse. If I put this bottle on the horizon at a mile away, let's just say for the sake of argument and easy maths, that it's a foot. Yeah? What would happen to the angular representation of it at a mile? Would it get smaller? Would it eventually disappear? Because that's not in your Earth curve maths. You see, what I'd like to know, Dave, given that you're talking all about how high things are with an angle, where that appears in your Earth curve maths. Maybe rather than telling your audience that I hand wave your arguments, answer me that. Where is this example of angular relationships to things like a bottle represented in Earth curve maths? Obviously, angular representations of things change with their distance, which is kind of what you're demonstrating here. But that doesn't appear in Earth curve mathematics. Feet and inches values don't change with distance. Their angular size stays the same at all distances, meaning this example isn't relevant to your globe model, because I don't know of any other globe model being claimed, and it definitely doesn't have this example of angular relationships to heights of bottles. So I'm a bit confused. Maybe you can tell us this straw man that you're burning is a very real problem for your globe maths because it's not appearing in them. Perspective.
What globe maths?
Begging the question, proof of nothing. Perspective hijacking. Earth curve mathematics. The closest thing they've got to a model.
Well, no, that requires a flat Earth as well. That won't be globe mathematics.
Quick shout out to Shatner's bassoon. I think it's too late for me to catch it on the chat. Yes, it is. He says, shout out Dave, double down, Dunning, cut me and bleed me, Triangles, McKeegan. Thank you for the super chat. I'm glad I managed to spit that out in one sentence.
Yeah, John, there's still globe maths, but the natural antecedent to globe maths is flat Earth math. That's your
Well, no, the flat Earth model math.
Yeah, that's what John's just said. Yeah, it's a flat Earth model. I shut up immediately because he's right.
Excuse me. I have a question.
Go ahead.
And I don't say this against any, I don't say this against any. I don't say this. Shut up, Kiwi. I don't say this against any guys all named David, but I know a lot of Davids. I know quite a few Davids who I question their intellectual capacity. But how come we got three dumb Daves? We got Dave Farina Catchild. We got dumb Dave that hangs out with Josh, and we got this Dave. Are Daves just born? Is Dave translated in another language, linguistic, like dumb?
Yes.
I'm just questioning because it's a hell of
Yes,
hell
and
of a
this is not a stereotyping fallacy.
Okay.
My middle name's David.
My dad's name's David.
That's your middle name, not the same.
Angle between the table itself and our line of sight to the top of the bottle, which is coming out at about 28.5 degrees. And based on that, we can calculate the bottle is around 21.7 centimeters tall.
Off a flat Earth. Yeah, comparable to a flat Earth baseline. Yeah, you can't do this on a curved surface, my friend. You're annihilating the globe with every word you say currently.
Not far off. Now, this method won't be 100% accurate because you're going to have margins of error with your measurements. But with such a large angle that we're dealing with here between the line of sight...
Off a flat baseline, proving Earth is flat because the measurement can only take place if Earth is flat. It's a prerequisite that you described with the flat table. Earth must be flat to acquire this angle measurement to anything, ever.
This won't create too much of a difference. For example, let's say our margin of error is plus or minus a half a degree.
Where's the curve? Am I missing something here? Aren't you supposed to be proving a globe Earth, as opposed to proving how this is comparable to the flat table you used for the angle that means it must be flat? I'm missing some curve here. Is it just me, or are you a globe believer? Where's your curve? Is that coming after you've measured the flat Earth, Dave?
Then our angle measurement could really be low as 28, high as 29 degrees.
Off a flat Earth.
Which would then put the bottle height somewhere between 21.2 to 22.1 centimeters.
Off a flat Earth.
So it's able to give us a very good guide for the height, even with fairly inaccurate tools.
If you've got a flat baseline, and by comparison to something scaled up with, say, a lighthouse, Earth needs to be flat to establish it as a horizontal baseline, a horizontal frame of reference. That's what you're utilising for the angle, Dave. A flat Earth. So, again, maybe I'm missing something. Aren't you supposed to be proving Earth's sphericity? Am I missing something?
Sprinkling.
He's trying to avoid his flat Earth proof by giving us another flat Earth proof as a distraction. And trying to use it as a straw man.
Yeah. A great example of Dunning-Kruger.
Polaris is above the North Pole, which then gives us a 90-degree angle. If you...
Is it just me? Or are you showing this on a pizza pie that you're claiming? Is this now your model? It seems to me that you're showing this on a flat Earth, my friend. And this 90 degree that you're showing here, that can only be possible if the ground is flat. So while... is it just me? Is Dave now an azimuthal equidistant wanker? Is this now your claim, Dave? Have you become one of those numpties that think the Earth is the azimuthal equidistant projection? No, Dave. The only thing that's comparable here is working from the centre out, if you knew how this map worked. But the 90-degree bit, yeah, that bit you can get, because this is a flat map. It's definitely not globe-shaped, though. Why would you be using this, Dave? Am I missing something?
He was mixing up straw. Hold on, he was mixing up straw man, lighting it on fire, and then by accident he lit his own wig on fire.
He's showing you how it's done on a flat Earth representative model. He is not showing how it's done on a globe. He's got 90 degrees to a flat surface.
Can I ask, because I just turned the video on. Usually I don't watch these videos when you're playing it, but I just turned it on the YouTube. So did he at some point in this video have to try to do this angle measurement off the globe, or has he had this flat Earth straw man on here the whole time?
All he's done so far is repeatedly prove that you need a flat Earth to measure an angle. Over and over again. Now he's talking about measuring, presumably for his straw man height of this star that we don't need for celestial navigation, because he's compared it to a bottle he's measured the height off a flat plane also with. But he's still measuring an angle off a flat plane. Regardless of our lack of claim for height of a star, he can burn it all he likes. He's got to get the angle off a flat plane, and here he is doing it with a flat Earth model to get it. So Dave, you're acknowledging that you need this flat Earth model to get the angle? Hey, Roofy. You see what's happening? This is wonderful. Go ahead.
Correction there, Nathan. Sorry. That's the other flat Earth model.
Other flat Earth model? It's not mine. I'm not using this shit. He is. This is his numpty dipshit use of a flat pizza pie that I'm not claiming. I'm not claiming the azimuthal equidistant globe projection. This dickhead is. But it's flat. So to describe how he gets the angle, he's showing you on a flat Earth. This is our bloody argument he's showing. I mean, I'm just going to trim this out, unedited, and republish it. Why not? It's Dave telling you how you need a flat Earth to get the bloody angle. This is great. Oh, right, for the height. Yeah, you don't need that in celestial navigation. Nobody's claiming it either. But you still need the angle to the star. Yeah? And it has to be at 90 degrees with the GP below it. So first you'll need a flat Earth to get the angle, Dave. Yeah? Doesn't matter how high it is.
You then observe Polaris from anywhere on Earth,
apply the spherical
as long as you haven't gone beyond the equator. You then have an elevation angle. And
not without a flat Earth, you don't. This elevation angle you're describing is on a flat Earth. Well done, Dave Triangles McKeegan. Like I say, this will be worthy of me taking a recorded section of and carefully trimming out all of your bits with your dog. Yeah? So that we get to the nitty gritty of this angle only is capable of measurement, like Dave is showing, on a flat Earth.
And you
That's
have
true.
how far you are
Hold
away
on.
from the North Pole.
Hold on. That's true. I'd figure I'd chime in. That's true. I mean, as soon as he says 90, he's finished. We all know that. And you can't get an elevation angle off anything other than a flat surface. However, did he just say Polaris? I want him to solve that right triangle, and I need to see that value at 433 light years. That's what I want to see.
Right away.
Yep.
We're not claiming height,
Follow
Dave. Let me just reiterate it, because Dave's very stupid and he'll need it dumbing down. What the Quantum Eraser is explaining to you, Dave, that we don't have a height claim. This is a straw man. You, however, do have a height claim to Polaris. Therefore, you are going to take your method for getting an angle only possible on a flat plane, and you're going to give us the height of Polaris. Because you have a height claim, not us. You understand how that works? You're going to use your example to give you... Oh, it won't give you your Polaris distance, will it? That's a problem for you. Because we're not claiming height, Dumbo, and it's not needed in celestial navigation. The thing you were mouthing off to one deck about and now seem to be talking about height measurements, like seeming to not understand what celestial navigation is.
So if the Earth is
You can't
flat...
do it anyway. He has a curved surface.
But what is he saying? If the Earth's flat, it is in this diagram, Dumbo. What do you mean, if? It's on screen. Why are you offering it up as an if statement when there it is?
Creates a perfect baseline.
Yeah, you just did. If it was flat, you'd have a perfect baseline. There it is with a perfect baseline on this flat example that Dave's shown you. So
Right. So if you just presuppose that the sphere Earth is flat so you can get a flat baseline, then the globe model works again. Don't you get it?
Yeah, so long as you have the prerequisite requirement for a flat baseline, then you can get the angle. So, in other words, to get an elevation angle, you require, as demonstrated here by Dave Triangles McKeegan, a flat Earth to get it.
You then
Is
have
this
an elevation...
retard?
Every time
I'm
I start a
sorry.
video.
So, yeah, I'm sorry for the interruption. I'm trying to guess where he's going with this. I don't know Triangles McKeegan. I don't know the depth of his Dunning-Kruger. Is this numpty dipshit gonna now say that the distance to Polaris, which he's not going to get, which is going to be off using his method, in an feeble attempt to try to rule out elevation angles as being used in celestial navigation? Is that what he's going to try to do?
I don't know.
Yeah. That's exactly
I
what
think
he's
the
trying to
whole
do. Trying to build
distance
a straw man.
thing is a distraction to get us away from the point that he needs 90 degrees and a flat baseline, which he himself said in his own comment to a flat earther.
Yeah, we already established that. But is he now going to use that fallacious horseshit of solving the right triangle and get a numpty number for Polaris compared to the actual train wreck number that they just conjured, and then say you can't use elevation angles for celestial navigation? Is that where this is going?
That's your prediction now.
That's
We'll put a pin in it. Mental note has been made. You will get props if that's where it goes.
Okay.
Yeah. This is all this boils down to now. This is all this boils down to. Now we've repeatedly proven that you need a flat Earth to get an elevation angle measurement. It's literally on screen now. Yeah? Now that he's proven that repeatedly, everything else is just a bit of fun parlor trickery for us. Let's see where this numpty Dunning-Kruger idiot goes with his stupid straw man example. Because he's repeatedly proven a flat Earth. What else do we need from him?
It's worse than that, QE, because the straw man he's trying to build is also a double whammy proof, because it proves the Earth is not a globe, because the straw man involves an angular size, which would be a perspective size. Perspective doesn't exist in their maths, and it involves a distance that has to be horizontal, like someone on a boat taking trying to find the distance to a lighthouse, right, 15 miles away, you know, and they know the height of the lighthouse above sea level, so they're using that as their perspective angle.
Hold on a
To
second.
get the,
Have you
to
watched this
calculate the
already?
distance.
Have you watched this already?
Horizontally.
Have you already watched
No.
this?
No, but he just said that earlier. I don't have to watch the rest of it. He said that earlier. He gave the example of a bottle. So I'm just pointing out that what he's doing, what he thinks is a straw man, is a double whammy. He disproves the globe because he proves perspective, and he proves it's flat by the fact that you need a horizontal baseline, like 15 miles away to a lighthouse on a boat. That would mean that the water has to be horizontal all the way.
Yeah, so on screen now is the Pink Panther 90 degree to a curve. Yeah, this won't work for what Dave just described. Yeah, if you've got a curved surface, you won't get 90 degrees from it. Yeah, like Pink Panther showing you on screen now. You need a flat baseline to do everything that Dave has just detailed, regardless of where he goes with this straw man that he's trying to burn.
Angle. And you have how far you are away from the North Pole. So if the Earth is flat, creates a perfect baseline.
No, that won't give you how far you are away from the North Pole. What would give you that is if you were utilizing Polaris in that example to get the GP of Polaris. Now, you wouldn't need that. You just use latitude, but you don't know what that is, do you, Dumbo? Yeah? But meanwhile, you could apply the same process, I suppose. Minus from 90 and times by 60 to give you the nautical mile distance to Polaris from your position. To the GP, basically. Yeah, you could do that. That's not what you just described, though. Admirably demonstrating that this clown has not got the slightest idea how any of this actually works when it comes to celestial navigation.
From that,
Go on.
Sorry, I was just gonna say there's something I'm confused about. He keeps describing anytime he uses flat and a baseline, he keeps using the word perfect. It's a perfect baseline, right? What I'm trying to understand is, aren't you guys supposed to be using a spherical surface? Why is it that you don't use the spherical surface, get the angle that you all tell us you can get from it, from there, and then describe that as a perfect baseline?
Because they need a flat
Why is
Earth.
it always flat?
It's the perfect bit is the flatness. Yeah, because everything's referenced to sea level, and that flat baseline runs the entirety of Earth as we know it. It's perfect. It's flat. It's what I used to get the angle to this example with the bottle comparable to a lighthouse with the ground distance, which if he was doing it with the celestial navigation method would be to establish the GP of Polaris in this example. Not the height. But he's dumb. He doesn't know what this method is involving. He's stupid.
Calculating the height that Polaris or any other...
Who's doing that? Oh, it's a globe claim, but it's not a celestial navigation requirement, Dumbo. You just don't know what you're talking about.
The celestial object is above the ground.
Nobody needs to know how high it is. 10th, are you there? No, he's not.
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want to read out the example again? Because this stupid shit thinks it's about the height.
Yeah. Smithsonian, as well as other nautical books that we've referenced in the past. A sextant is used to measure the altitude of a celestial body above a horizontal line of reference. Altitude, in this case, is a special use of the word describing an angular measure, not a distance in feet above sea level.
Just read the last sentence again for this Dunning-Kruger retard who doesn't understand celestial navigation and thinks it's about the height of Polaris. Dunning-Kruger, listen up, Dave Triangles McKeegan, now that you've proven a flat Earth plenty, will explain your misapprehensions about celestial navigation, you stupid idiot. Go ahead, 10th.
Altitude, in this case, is a special use of the word describing an angular measure, not a distance in feet above sea level.
You understand? It's not about the height of Polaris, Dave. You stupid Dunning-Kruger flat Earth proving clown. Is this me hand waving you, by the way, Dave? Because you seem, not that you put a link to my video, you scum. You seem to be alluding to me hand waving your arguments. Oh yeah, my bad. That's projection. Because you haven't addressed a single one of the fallacies I pointed out.
Should be simple. The slight problem with that, however, is that the calculations, when done based on a flat Earth...
You just did them based on a flat Earth. What you talking about? You're about to say that the calculations you just did are wrong? Because you just did them on a flat Earth. Is he literally, in true Dunning-Kruger style, going to contradict everything he just said?
Never end up producing close to a consistent distance.
So when you've just gone through how to acquire the distance and height measurement based on perspective and angles and 90, you're now saying that they're completely invalid. How come they use daily and celestial navigation then if they're invalid, Dave? Would it be but they're not working out the height, you stupid clown?
Hey, I told you he was there to debunk his argument before the opponent can. So he's technically winning.
But we've been waiting for that the entire video. It has been him responding to our response to his comment.
Oh, let's take it at face value. So he's saying that this angle measurement isn't accurate. Okay, well, and I can only assume that he won't want to use it moving forward then, will he? Given that this flat Earth prerequisite angle measurement with 90 below the star, as used in celestial navigation, not for height, is bunk, according to Dave. So he obviously won't need it. It's surprising that, Dave, given that it's in McToon's challenge, and you said it would be easy if we already had the 90-degree triangles. Yeah? So I'm surprised that you're relinquishing this angle measurement, given that you'll be using it shortly to claim a globe. But we'll keep that in our back pocket till you use it again.
As long as you haven't gone beyond the equator, you then have an elevation angle, and you have how far you are away from the North Pole.
No, if you don't do the measurement, I think we covered this already.
So if the Earth is flat, create...
Like your example here.
It's a perfect baseline.
Perfect baseline, like when you're getting an elevation angle measurement, which people take daily. The perfect flat baseline, elevation angle measurements, which are definitely used.
From that, calculating the height that Polaris...
Nobody's doing that.
Or any other celestial object is above the ground.
Nobody's doing that. We just cited that. You're a stupid idiot. You don't understand what celestial navigation is. This isn't a hand wave. This is you being thick.
Should be simple.
Should be if anybody was doing it, but other than you, because you're a spastic, nobody is.
He's going to do it.
The slight problem with that, however, is that the calculations, when done based on a flat Earth, never end up producing close to a consistent distance.
At distance, you mean height. Nobody's calculating it. That's why 10ths had to read out the same citation for your dumbass 3 times. Because that's not the purpose of celestial navigation. Finding your position when lost at sea. Not finding out how fucking high Polaris is. Oh no, we're lost at sea, navigator, what do we need to do? Well, you know fucking what, I'm going to find out how high Polaris is. Quick, sharp. You stupid shit.
Hey, you missed it. I called it.
Yes, you did. No. Let's acknowledge it. No. Let's acknowledge it. You're going to have your valor stolen by Brian before I get in there quick. Yes. I didn't think he would be so stupid. But John, you, Quantum Eraser, you absolutely called that. He's now saying, look, this is how we take celestial angle measurements, like for celestial navigation. But if I talk about getting the height, they're bunk.
I just want to say that I claimed that earlier. Before
2 weeks ago.
Oh, fuck.
Earlier in the show, I'm just more forgettable, it seems.
No, John got there first. I'm really sorry. Yeah, this is just a parlour trick to us now, Dave. Yeah? Having little fun bets on who can predict how stupid you'll get and where you'll go with this. That's all we're doing with you now. Yeah? Don't let your deluded audience think you annihilated me with this garbage. You proved the flat Earth. And now we're taking little bets on where you'll go with your stupidity.
At 80 degrees latitude, the calculated height...
Right, didn't you just say that these angles were bunk? What the fuck? You stupid shit! You just told us they were bunk! Immediately utilising them then? So why the hell are you using them if they're not useful? Why have you got elevation angles to anything when you're saying they're bunk?
Is 3,900...
Go on.
I was going to say, did he say latitude? Shh, don't talk about the grid, buddy.
Yeah, you'll scare fight the flat Earth. I mean, he's made it clear that it's not even important. You don't know what latitude is though, Dave. You're stupid.
13 miles above Earth. By 40 degrees latitude, it's down to 2,894 miles. At
Yeah, this is the elevation angle.
10
He
degrees,
just
it's
snatched
only
his own
9.
wig off.
Yeah, he's just thick as shit, isn't he?
He snatched his own wig off because he just went into great depth of his procedure for his little bottle using trig. So now he just snatched his own wig off. Is this guy, is he eating paint chips from the 70s?
Yes.
I keep saying it over and over again. You won't find a better example of Dunning-Kruger. This is literally what you could put as a textbook example of it. You know, overestimating your own understanding of something, and then overconfidence in disseminating that, in this case, misunderstanding about something you've got a cursory understanding of. He thinks he's got an exemplary understanding of celestial navigation. He doesn't know his arse from his elbow, to the point where his co-conspirators are telling him not to mention 90, and he's literally putting a bottle on a flat table and describing it as a perfect baseline. You couldn't make it up.
Is he now going to disprove trigonometry?
I think so.
973 miles, and by the equator, the calculated height is 0. Which you'd think should be a big enough clue that if the maths you're using for calculating the height...
Nobody's doing that, you fucking thick shit! You're the only one doing that, you fuckwit! Nobody's calculating the height! But what you are saying is if you do, it's wrong. Nobody is. But you're the only one with a height claim! You stupid man. So you're saying when you do these angle measurements that are used daily to find your position, they don't give you the height? Yeah, we know. We're well aware of this, Dave. But this doesn't prove a curved surface now, does it? It does demonstrate how elevation angle measurements require a baseline that's flat, and they are utilised to navigate, not to measure the height, you stupid spaz.
Is based on the baseline already being flat and is...
Yeah, we know. It must be to get an angle. Let's listen to that again. This is absolutely brilliant.
Which you'd think should be a big enough clue that if the maths you're using for calculating the height is based on the baseline already being flat and is not able to produce consistent results, then perhaps the baseline isn't actually flat to begin.
Oh, right. So you won't be needing any angles. So therefore, if you're going to be assuming you haven't got a baseline, you won't be utilising any angles taken from a flat baseline moving forward then, will you, Dave? Because if you do, you're going to get shouted at. Yeah? I'm going to be as dramatic as I can. I'll really ham it up. So you can moan about my tone. Yeah? I'll really dig out as much vitriol as I can possibly muster. If you're going to use any of those angles that are bunk, right? We wouldn't want to be using elevation angles measurements that have got flat baselines because obviously they're bunk. Okay, well, we're all clear, Dave. You better not use any.
In with. Nathan's logic, however...
Hold on, Nathan.
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead, Adam.
So we've just had the comment by you about Dunning-Kruger. That is classic and the most retarded logic. So I'm doing these things that we can navigate on. And when I try to apply trigonometry to something that isn't a trigonometric function, it turns out wrong. My solution, claim that the one bit that I do know right, that we need straight sides, could be the possible cause for why my calculations of applying trigonometry to a non-trigonometric function is the reason. So he solves it by bending the ground, as opposed to looking at what he's supposedly doing, where it's applicable and where it's not. But his most basic way of answering it is to deny basic geometry is the possibility of why when he does his sums, they don't work because they shouldn't work. That I find
it's worse
the
than that.
most Dunning-Kruger.
No worries, so long as he doesn't utilise them moving forward and transpose angles only acquirable off a flat Earth, therefore void, onto any sort of spherical presupposition. You know, like with an equatorial plane at the centre of it or a chord line drawn through Earth. Things of that nature that use the angle only are capable of measurement off a flat Earth on a sphere. Yeah, he better not do that because he's just detailed how bunk they are.
But his
is
middle name is Triangles. How does he not know that they need 3 straight sides? Because that's all he's doing there. He's
Apparently
abandoning.
he does, though. Apparently he does without knowing he does, because that's what he just said. If the baseline isn't flat, then your distances, which he's the only one claiming, aren't accurate.
But it's worse than that, because he's made himself a lawyer. Because we have a comment that he made to one deck that is in opposition to what he just said. Someone else will say that in half an hour.
Rewind. Sorry, bro.
1 second. So someone else will say that in half an hour, and they'll get the kudos.
What Brian's saying is this is completely contradictory to his discussion with one deck, which is to say that you can't just use elevation angle measurements to get the height of the star on a globe. That's his comment. Well, now he's saying that we can't use elevation angle measurements because they're wrong, because obviously they can't be right because the surface is curved. That's his logic, isn't it?
But they're elevation angles. They're not elevation heights.
He's thick. He doesn't understand the terminology.
Rewind the last 20 seconds, please.
Which you'd think should be a big enough clue that if the maths you're using for calculating the height is based on the baseline already being flat and is not able to produce consistent results, then perhaps the baseline isn't actually flat to begin with.
No.
Nathan's logic, however...
Go on.
Well, first of all, it's an elevation angle, right? Second point, he's now straw manning celestial navigation, to claim that it has an elevation height. It doesn't exist in celestial navigation. You're then critiquing it to suggest that the reason there might be a difference is because you should be able to calculate it trigonometrically. And if that's the case, then it isn't his bastardization misuse of celestial navigation to try and find the height of a star that's the problem. It's the simple concept that you may be able to have a curved baseline with triangles.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that. Sorry for stepping over the end of the.
Well, now you've got to remake that point that everybody ignored, Brian, and then I'll claim I made it 20 minutes ago. Carry on.
Yeah, it's worse than that. He's after just detailing to the audience how the method he used was the incorrect method.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's what he just done.
Okay.
He's faking the method. He's making a false claim about the method to then criticize it. He's saying should be able to calculate the height of the stars with celestial navigation. No. And if you're so retarded that you think you can just use basic trigonometry to calculate these things, even though your altitude does not affect your elevation angle, think about that, Triangles. Yeah. If he's not cognizant of those facts and he's still trying to apply trigonometry to get a height, that shows, like you said at the beginning, classic Dunning-Kruger. Because he's learned a little bit about trig and a little bit about celestial navigation, the two can meet and he can interchange them with his limited understanding and then critique both of them with his limited understanding. Half book readers again, Brian, half book readers.
Exactly. Dunning-Kruger, it's a perfect example. Okay, let's play a bit more. Everyone mute.
Is he's presupposed the Earth is flat.
No, you did. 6 minutes 58.
Projection.
Here, Dave, you presupposed Earth is flat. Here, Dave.
We don't presuppose it's flat.
Guys. Here, Dave, you presuppose Earth is flat. Here's the flat baseline with 90s. And angles only possible on flat. There's you presupposing it for your methodology you just detailed. One more example in here.
I'm sorry, Nathan. Yeah, we don't presuppose it's flat. If you're using celestial navigation, that proves to you that it is flat. There's a difference. We don't need to presuppose. It's proven to us.
It's a prerequisite.
No, it's required for elevation angles.
It's a prerequisite. It's the same prerequisite he's used 3 times in his video to this point.
Also, go back to 403. Can you go back to 403? Sorry about that. You just it just popped up on the screen here, and I seen it. 403. I'm
Yeah.
waiting until it pops up. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Dave, you're accusing me
okay.
of presuppositions when they're not presuppositions, they're prerequisites. The ones you needed and used on screen now.
Yeah, this is triangulation on screen right now. This isn't celestial navigation. The 2 points, the left point and the right point, you don't have two people out there. What are you communicating with somebody else while you're lost for them to get an elevation? What the hell is going on here? Why is he even talking about this?
Because he's an idiot. On screen now is
Okay.
what you'd do if you were performing the method of celestial navigation that Dave has confused because he doesn't understand what the hell he's talking about. Classic Dunning-Kruger. This is you. You're measuring the elevation angle measurement to 3 stars in this example. Now, like with all of Dave's triangle examples, because the basics he understands of a triangle, in this case, with 90 degrees at the base of the star. Let's just make this a little bit bigger. This is Adam's diagram, by the way. So Adam has put a juxtaposition between how this wouldn't work on a curved surface and how it does work in reality and is used daily. As much as Dave might want to decry this methodology that he hasn't detailed and hasn't burned, he just burnt a straw man. Yeah, this still needs a flat baseline. What QE is saying is, what the hell's this? This doesn't look much like celestial navigation because it's you at the center trying to figure out your position by measuring the elevation angle, not the height, Dumbo, across a flat baseline with a 90-degree position to the star that could be 1,000 miles away. Yeah? Same in this direction. Yeah? 1,000 miles over here, below the GP position. That's what this box is representing. 90 degrees between the base of the star and your position. Now, you get this distance by taking the angle, minusing it from 90, because it's in a box, 90 degrees, and then timesing it by 60 to give you the nautical mile distance to the GP along a flat prerequisite baseline. It cannot work any other way. Why not, you say? What if the baseline's curved like Dave Twiangles McKeegan's just said? Well, because then it wouldn't fucking work. This isn't a 90 degree anymore if the surface is bending. It's no longer the method he detailed on a flat baseline that's required, not presupposed. Dave, you dumbo. Anything else, QE?
You'd think should be a big enough clue that if the maths you're using for calculating the height is based on the baseline already being flat and is not able to produce consistent results, then perhaps the baseline isn't actually flat to begin with.
So why would it be utilised daily by navigators as a flat baseline, you stupid clown?
Yeah, and when their navigator supposedly calculating this height, again, he invokes it. Like, that's something that navigators do, the height to the star. Really?
No, they don't. He's an idiot.
Nathan's logic, however, is he's presupposed the Earth is flat, so therefore, because the maths doesn't work, it's best to just ignore that and...
It doesn't work like you showed it to work with the bottle when calculating its height off a flat plane. You stupid
It's projecting
idiot.
Muppet.
How fucking thick is he?
Muppet.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, afterwards, when we're finished going through this video, all the people in the chat, what they should do is go over to McKeegan's video and start putting in, "Hey Dave, love your work." And Nathan Oakley just made a response to you and linked this video. You know the way you have people do it completely dishonestly to other videos when you don't love their work and you think they're numpties? He knows about that, but give him the exact same treatment as if he's just somebody we've never heard of. Can't hear it, Nathan.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
That's my bad. I'm just sharing a link. Just chill. Right, it's whizzing by in the chat right now. So in the same way that Dave Triangles Dunning-Kruger wanker didn't put a link to my video in his, why would he? He's a wanker. It's not like he gets all the views directed to him anyway. It's not like he's critiquing my video and using the material. Why would he put a link? Fucking wanker. The link to his video, sharing the algorithmic love he didn't feel I deserved, go and let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Thanks. Yeah, you're right, Brian.
Claim about how high anything is. And by the way, that is not me strawmanning Nathan here.
You strawmanning yourself, you stupid idiot. You've just shown us it with a bottle.
He has actually stated that himself.
You just stated it with a bottle literally about 3 minutes ago. Oh my God, this guy is so stupid.
When he was asked on a show.
Described it as a perfect baseline, remember.
Perfect baseline. It's not like I'm taking apart my own argument here.
About how high the sun is above the Earth.
Because that's what they do when they're trying to find their position with celestial navigation on screen now. They're not trying to find the sun's height with this, you stupid clown. They're trying to find their position on the ground.
We need that celestial height map, guys. Where is the celestial height map? Oh, wait, there isn't any because that's never relevant ever.
Yeah, we'll get to that, Brian. Yeah, it's the example I gave earlier. Oh my God, we've gone off course. The compass has fallen into the ocean. What are we going to do? I don't know. We better get the navigator. John, over here, mate. We're off course. Oh my God, you guys let us go off course? Yeah. What are you going to do? You're the navigator. I'm going to calculate how high Polaris is.
That'll help.
Love that. Make sure you pull that out.
How close is the sun and how does it operate on a flat Earth?
Okay, so you can't acquire that information because if you're using the sun to navigate with, as it moves towards the horizon, you notice how I immediately preface this with if you're using the sun to navigate with, as opposed to if I'm lost at sea and need to know instantly how high it is. Nobody's doing that, Dave, you stupid shit. Horizon. You're measuring an angle and then calculating the distance to the GP beyond the horizon that isn't a distance to GP, Dave. Not height. Where did you extrapolate fucking height out of that? Earth curve that we've debunked? Then that would infer, if you're using the triangle to get the height, that it's moving lower to the ground as it reaches the horizon? Yeah, obviously not. Well, obviously that's not the case. The sun isn't getting closer to the ground. You can derive its GP position to navigate with it, but it's not getting closer to the ground. So I made it absolutely clear, and Dave has still put it in the video. So his audience must, if they're not completely stupid, realise that at no point in the video clip that he's trimmed out am I in any way, shape or form referencing the height other than to debunk the claim that you can acquire its height. So I'm very specifically saying you can't do that as it approaches the horizon. It's obviously not touching the ground. But you think that I was trying to get the height from that, Dave? Wow, how did you extrapolate that with your fuckwit mentality? We don't have a height claim. So I've made it explicitly clear, Dave. Oh my God!
And then he puts it in the video.
So you've made it, well, at least I can thank him for making it absolutely explicitly clear to his own bloody audience that I'm definitely not making a height claim then, Dave. I don't make a height claim. So why in unholy fuck were you debunking it, Dave?
Now that ties beautifully into what we talked about earlier.
Yeah, don't it, Joe?
Nathan,
It does.
Nathan, you can be sure that there will be a Oakley celestial height map in the near future because of this.
The Navigators Union are on it. They're all over it, Arwin. These idiots trying to find out where the hell they are on the ground when they should have been figuring out the height.
If you know the ground position...
Right, why are we back to the flat Earth? This better not be utilising angles.
...of a celestial object above a flat Earth.
That's how you get the perfect baseline angle measurement, Dave. You showed it us earlier. It's the only way it can be done. That's why you're showing it here rather than on a curve.
Then your elevation angle just becomes essentially the angular size of the gap between the ground and the object itself.
Yeah. And?
So it's height above the horizon by way of its angle? Yeah. Well done. So it's not trying to acquire its height above the ground then, Dave?
So there should be no reason you can't work out the height.
Right, given that you've just explained why it isn't being used, how it can't be used, and celestial navigators aren't using it, you now infer that there should be no reason to get it. You are so stupid.
Except
Why
like
doesn't
Nathan
he use his equatorial plane and see what height he gets?
Yeah. What, in the middle of his burger Earth?
Point out, objects don't appear to transit as you would expect them to if the Earth were flat. They
Sorry, well, why would you be acquiring elevation angle measurements with a perfect baseline then, Dave?
You go closer and closer to the floor. Perspective says you would see objects get slightly lower, but you would never expect to see something that high up get that close to the ground.
How high up,
What is he
Dave?
talking about?
What the hell?
Wait. Did he just say perspective says that we would see objects get lower? I thought that was just Earth curve.
No,
What happened there?
He's after just saying, for a start, he said perspective says, perspective doesn't say things, it's not a person, number one. Number two, he's trying to say that the thing would get slightly lower and then it would just stop. Like, we can see this, right? We can see this in our lives all the time with a road with lights on it. We always see the same thing. We can see it with the sun when time lapse, the moon in time lapse. It just, perspective wise, it just ends up heading towards the horizon. We see this all the time. What's he talking about? We see this in reality every day. And he's trying to say it won't happen. It'll just go down a little bit with perspective and then it'll just stop. So no matter how far away from, what he said is that no matter how far away you go from this celestial body or anything, because he just said perspective, anything, let's say a street lamp, that as you walk away, the street lamp will drop a little bit due to perspective, but then it'll stop dropping and you can keep walking away and the street lamp will stay the same angular height above the footpath below. That's what he's just said. That's what he's
Closer
just
to the
claimed.
floor.
And
perspective says you would see objects get slightly lower, but you would never expect to see something that high up get that close to the ground.
So,
what high up is it?
So, if I'm, let's say, on my back, underneath a cow, and from my vantage point, the cow essentially blocks out everything. It's enormous. It encompasses my entire field of view. So it's something really, really big. Like, my entire field of vision is filled with it. Yeah, that's pretty big. So as it gets further away, given how big it is, your idea is that it will get to the horizon, but never disappear from view. So from this, I can extrapolate that your mental capabilities are that of Dougal. This cow is small. The cows out there are far away, but according to Dave McKeegan, they'll always basically be that size even if we get 1,000,000 miles away from them. They'll never disappear, because that's what perspective says. That's called a reification fallacy, Dave. Another one of the fallacies as opposed to your projection of hand wave dismissals? Nah, mate. Go on.
Hey, hold on. Go back 10 seconds, please. I'm all over it, Brian. Go ahead.
Closer and closer to the floor. Perspective says you would see objects get slightly lower, but you would never expect to see something that high up get that close to the ground.
Stop. That high up. How high up? I got you, Brian. I was all over it, too.
I said that first.
How high up?
I said that first. How high up?
We need to look it up on the Oakley height map for the Celestials.
Yeah, how high is Polaris? We don't make a claim about it, by the way, my friend. You do. So when you say that high up, you're going to need R for that. Yeah, you're going to need Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion for that. You're going to need Huygens' assumption of Venus having the same R value as Earth for that. You'll need Biruni's derivation of a geometric horizon for that. You'll need triangles and geometry to a tangent point below surface level for that. You'll need elevation angle measurements off a flat plane to the height of a mountain to get R for that. So given you're telling us all about how these elevation angle measurements are bunk because we haven't got a flat baseline, even though it's perfect to get these angles. Biruni used them to derive R when he took elevation measurements of the mountain off a flat baseline using your method. So he used the perfect flat baseline. Go ahead.
I think I'm missing the QEs and my point. When he says that high up, he's actually just trying to strawman you with a height that you never claimed, and now he just claimed that high up. What high up? How high up? He's
No, I got that.
Claiming
I got that.
they're high
I
up.
totally got that.
What high up?
Yeah. What high up? Where's the claim of his height that he's suggesting? Oh, is it just the straw man he's burning that he says doesn't work on a flat Earth? Yeah, it is. I get that.
Yeah,
so maybe
he actually knows.
Go on.
I'm just saying, it suggests he actually knows. He tried to strawman you with it for I don't know how long in this video, and now he's claiming that they're high up. That high up. How high up are they? Because within his claim that where he misrepresented perspective, he finished it off with a claim of that high up, which would imply that he has an actual height.
Yeah, and not only that, we not only need that actual height, we need to see your method on how you obtained that actual height. And can you just please describe the discrepancies between about 20 years ago and most recently of 100 trillion miles? Please, floor is yours, Triangles, Tard.
There's some sort of atmospheric trickery at play that is making objects appear to be lower than they actually are. Problem is with that and triangles is you can't then accurately derive where the object actually is in terms of ground position unless you know either how much bending there is of its position, in which case you could use that.
Sorry, do you want to give us a citation for where this is done? Because as far as I was aware, you just take an angle measurement for stars that are a certain height above the horizon. That's an elevation height, as opposed to an actual feet measurement, like we cited 3 times. But your descriptions are how you wouldn't do it with a star close to the horizon because of the inaccuracies. However, it is done like this daily. So when you say you can't do it, it seems like Dave Triangles McKeegan is actually trying to attack celestial navigation here, as opposed to Earth
It's
being
worse
flat.
than that.
It's criticising it from an incorrect point, isn't it?
Yeah,
He's claiming that stars are subject to this bendy 7/6 refraction or some kind of undefined refraction, which means you're unable to give any significance to the elevation angle you've just measured because it's generated by a curvy line. So he's in denial of how it works to try and attack flat Earth. But the important thing is that tacit admission that he says if things are subject to refraction, you can't ascertain their true position because it's not a straight line. Welcome to the Black Swan, daft lad.
Yeah. Your refraction annihilates every straight line you ever need on a globe. Yeah, we are well aware and have been for the last 3 years, Black Swan. Meanwhile, celestial navigation is utilised daily and it just uses angles to stars. Like on screen now, taken directly from a celestial navigation textbook, alongside the globe bastardisation of it that doesn't work and doesn't give you 90. But this is performed daily, you stupid clown. You're debunking celestial navigation, a method performed daily. He's an idiot.
Can you go back 5 seconds, please?
We can, but we're never going to get anywhere.
The object actually is in terms of ground position, unless you know either how much bending there is of its position, in which case you could use that in the height calculation to work out what its true height must actually be.
Which calculation is that? Oh, it's that navigator. Oh my God, we're lost at sea. Shit, I must immediately calculate the height of that star. Which calculation's this shit for brains, Triangles McKeegan? Oh, your one.
I want to see the Oakley map.
We all stop talking through each other. It's especially irritating when it's me.
Hey, Dad, stop. What is that? What is that? Crack smoke right there. What's going on there?
Who are you talking to? Arwin. It's a habit. He's trying to break it.
On this video, he's got little crack smoke in between him and the star on the flat, whatever that is, the straw man model. Didn't you see the little smokies?
Yeah, what the hell is that? I don't know what that is. Maybe.
Either
He's
how much
attempting
No,
to-
that's the bending of the light because of refraction from moist something.
He's
I see.
attempting to.
Sorry,
he's
just one thing,
attempting
Ryan.
to.
Just one thing. He specifically said sphere-shaped there, and this ain't fucking sphere-shaped. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, what he's trying to do here, well, we've all come across. I've definitely come across it about at least 200 times. Is he's attempting to take the refraction that they have to claim happens below 20 degrees, that they have no proof that it actually is refraction. It's just a way of continuing a kind of a linear downward vector towards the horizon for mathematical reasons. He's trying to take that and call that 7/6R or greater than 7/6R, and he's trying to install his globe's mathematical refraction that's based off an R value that's only in their maths because it's a back calculation from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris, right? To get their R value, he's trying to install that into celestial navigation when it's not part of celestial navigation. What they claim as refraction below 20 degrees is not 7/6 or greater than 7/6 or anything like it. He's literally rewriting celestial navigation here. That's what he's attempting to do.
Yeah, he doesn't understand celestial navigation, so he's pulling apart various strong aspects of it that he doesn't understand and reiterating the height continually when no one's calculating that. Otherwise, I won't be taking the piss out of you about navigators trying to find height when they get lost, you stupid idiot.
Ending there is of its position, in which case you could use that in the height calculation to work.
Yeah, we're going to need to see that, Dave, Dumbo.
Out what its true height must actually be.
Yeah, we don't claim it, you do. You're going to need to provide that. Yeah, QE.
We're lost. An example of that.
Everybody.
We want an example.
Me talking, then QE talking through me, then you talking through QE talking through me.
I do my best.
On,
We're
QE.
lost, Nathan. What do we do?
You go, QE, because it's your point I'm reiterating.
We're lost, Nathan. What do we do? You're the navigator.
I've got to calculate the height, quick, sharp. How high is that star? Get on it.
How do we calculate the height, Nathan?
I don't know, but it's going to save our lives if we figure it out quick, sharp, when we're lost here.
Or you know actually how high it really is.
Hold on a second. Maybe someone on board already knows the height.
In order to calculate
3 Oakley units.
3 Arwinian units. Yeah, we're saved.
Oakley units.
How much offset is being created by the atmosphere to then be able to work.
So, atmosphere, sphere-shaped air in a sphere shape. You didn't show that, Dave. You showed crack pipe smoke on a flat Earth, as opposed to sphere-shaped air. Yeah? Because every time you try and get an angle, it's going to need a flat baseline. So what, you're going to shove some crack smoke on a flat plane and say that that's sphere-shaped air? I think you don't understand the definitions of the words you're using. If you're going to claim atmosphere, it better be bloody sphere-shaped, Dumbo.
Work it into the calculations.
You didn't even manage to work it into the picture.
So I don't see how Nathan thinks you can accurately determine the ground position of an object based solely on...
Sorry, this is celestial navigation shit for brains. Do you think this is me and my claim of how you find your way at sea if lost? Is it Nathan's celestial navigation that you're debunking? No, you stupid boy. No, what you're doing is attempting to debunk the age-old method of finding your way when lost at sea called celestial navigation. What an idiot.
The elevation angle from one location, but not then be able to derive its height from that same information.
Quick, we need the height, we're lost! You stupid shit! Yeah, they do use elevation angle measurements. They use your perfect baseline to find where they are on the ground with ground positions. You'd think the name would give it away. Ground position shit for brains, not star height. That's not going to find your way home, Muppet.
No, first,
Good.
I'm listening to this, and it seems to be his main point of attack, as if to say to us, because you can't use trigonometry and therefore define a height, it has to be wrong. There is the consequence that even if you go into the globe model, The concept of height here is even more bastardized. So with us, we say it's not doable. It's not how it works. We recognize the effects of altitude doesn't have a difference on elevation angle. And you've heard me say, it's part of the majesty of the heavens, how that works. If we step into the heliocentric model, there is a distance, but it's a made up theoretical distance that is the way in which it solves it for them mathematically. Everything goes to a distance of infinity, whether that's Betelgeuse, Sirius Major, wherever, they all go to an impossible number so that their way of resolving it is solvable. So they have a height. It's called infinity. And they're going to laugh at ours, are they?
Yeah, how do they get it? Their process necessitates a flat plane when they actually claim a height. All of their maths is dependent on flat Earth geometry. All of it.
And by his prior statement, if you were taking any of these measurements that off a baseline that's not flat, you wouldn't have any consistent measurements.
Yep.
So he just destroyed his own curvy baseline nonsense.
Exactly.
Thanks, Dave.
Exactly. He can only get these angles if he's got a flat, perfect flat baseline. Yeah. So that's a prerequisite that you're going to need to have these angle measurements, ever.
Now, let's address my comment as to why it doesn't work on a globe. In order to do trigonometry, you need a triangle.
So you will be needing a flat baseline for that triangle then, Dave, so immediately you've snatched your own wig off. Because we're going to be needing a perfectly flat baseline for this then.
Did I hear him right? Did he say why it doesn't work on a globe?
Yes.
Is that what he
Yes,
meant? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
This is a McToon moment.
And triangles have flat sides. And obviously the globe doesn't.
Let's say that again.
As to why it doesn't work on a globe. In order to do trigonometry,
everybody shut up.
Derive its height from that same information. Now, let's address my comment as to why it doesn't work on a globe. In order to do trigonometry, you need a triangle, and triangles have flat sides. And obviously the globe doesn't. Which Nathan has taken to meaning that therefore the Earth must be flat because triangles are flat.
The ones that you've utilized and demonstrated in application, not to celestial navigation, something you don't understand, but you have utilized the triangles and shown how they're practically applicable. But you say that's my inference that Earth must be flat. No, Dave, that's your inference. You stupid idiot. This only functions if Earth is flat, Dave. That's right, your triangles that you described. That's right, they've got flat baselines. Out for thousands of miles in all directions that you're measuring in. That's a flat Earth, Dave!
Unfortunately, he seems to overlook a small factor here, which is that just because a circle doesn't have a flat plane...
What?
Yeah, a circle doesn't have a flat plane. I mean, come on. This is logic or something.
This is where you confuse a baseline with the baseline and act like they don't have nothing to do with each other.
Doesn't mean we can't derive...
Fuck's sake.
Hang on, Nathan. A circle, maybe the outside
Someone
of
shut Neil
a
up.
two-dimension. May I speak?
Whoever's off
I think
mute.
he's off mute. Adam, you're off
Who's
mute.
ruining my live show? Jesus, wet.
Adam's off mute.
Oh.
He went for a different
Adam.
reason, but let me know when I can talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, a circle is two-dimensional, and the outside of it doesn't have any straight lines. He's right about that.
one from it. This involves slightly more complicated maths, but in knowing the radius of a circle and the ground distance between the two observer points, we can calculate a triangle between the observers in the center of the circle.
Sorry, how the fuck does this relate to standing on the surface and measuring an angle when you're in the center of a circle? Sorry, we're not standing in the center of a globe Earth. We're not
turning a protract. Jesus fucking wept. Yeah, I am in the middle of the same sentence, Brian. Thank you. Yeah. This isn't where we are taking the measurement from. We're not at the centre of a globe Earth, Dave. It seems that you've taken a measurement from a surface off a flat baseline and are now inferring that we're standing in the middle of a sphere Earth to take this measurement. Are you stupid? Do you think we get measurements from the molten iron core? No, we do not, Dave. This measurement is taken from the surface along a flat baseline. It's not taken from the centre of a globe Earth, you stupid idiot. Would it be that the angle measurement that you took from a flat baseline on the surface has now been transposed to the centre of a globe Earth? So you are now using the angle measurement off the surface you said was bunk and putting it in the middle of a sphere. See, I said you'd get shouted at like a fuckwit, Dave. Yeah, why would you be using an elevation angle measurement taken from the surface and putting it in the middle of a globe, Dave? Yeah? You had to take this measurement from somewhere on a flat baseline. And you told us how bunk it was. So why the fuck are you putting it in the middle of a globe, Dave, if it's bunk? Are you stupid? You had to get this angle first from somewhere, Dave, from a flat Earth, mate. From the same flat Earth that you say would make it invalid, but you're still using it. Yeah, we'll just acknowledge the flat Earth that Dave got this angle from before we go any further. In order to acquire this angle, Dave had to measure it somewhere. Off a flat plane.
Which then creates a flat baseline for our observations.
No, you already had one, Dave. You acquired it by measuring the horizon with a sextant. You didn't go to the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth with your sextant, Dave. Yeah? Are you stupid? Do you not know how a sextant works? You point it at the horizon. You don't extrapolate angles out from a molten iron core, clown. What are you doing?
But then the elevation angles that we're measuring...
Just go ahead.
We only need one step. That is to measure the angle. They need 3 steps. Measure the angle of a horizontal baseline, bring it to the center of their globe, and then measure it as an arc length, and then claim globe. This is the very question I asked.
Hold on a second.
Where did you get the arc length?
Dave seems to be taking an angle from a curve in this diagram. Let's just hear what he's got to say, but I'm probably going to have to rewind it.
Are based on our line of sight to the ground, not to our baseline.
Right, you're establishing a baseline using the horizon. That's where the ground or sea meets the sky. That's what you're looking at. You're utilising the ground. But what you've drawn in your diagram on a curved surface isn't an angle, Dave. This definitely isn't a perfect baseline. But you seem to have drawn a chord line dissecting a curved Earth. Would that be because you need a flat baseline, Dave? Because it means that you're not using a curved surface. In fact, you're completely slicing off it to get one that's flat, Dave. Because this isn't an angle. I don't know why you've drawn this shaded in area, because it's not an angle, you stupid idiot. But what you do need is a flat baseline, and you haven't got one. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't see navigators scraping off a massive chunk of a curved Earth in order to do this. They just point their sextant at the horizon, Dave. So I don't really understand why you're doing this when literally all the angle measurement involves is like you exampled with your bottle along a perfect baseline. That's how you actually take an angle measurement, Dave. You demonstrated it. You didn't go to any centres of any cores when you took your height of your bottle, Dave. So why would it be that in your fucked up sphere Earth belief, you've decided to transpose an angle only taken from the surface moments earlier, put it at the centre of a sphere Earth, show how a triangle comes out from it, and how that won't give you an angle to the surface of a sphere? Why would you do that, Dave? It seems idiotic to me. And it's definitely not how they do it in celestial navigation. They just take an angle. As demonstrated on screen here. Here's the angle to the star. Here's the baseline with 90 degrees below it. Now, in Dave's diagram, there's no 90 degree below this star, Dave. This won't give you 90. Yeah?
So from this point forward, Dave, this isn't celestial navigation because it's never going to afford you a 90-degree position to the star that you're measuring in this example. There is no 90 degree to the surface in this, Dave. You never get 90 along this line, Dave. And you're not going to tunnel through Earth to achieve this, Dave. So this is shite, Dave. You still need the flat baseline, though, eh? Yeah, that's because Earth's flat. That's what we actually measure. With a sextant.
Which then requires some more maths to work
Nathan,
out.
I'm not Nathan.
Nathan.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly go? Go on, you go,
Adam first. Adam, then Brian.
I've only got a one-liner, Brian. So it's just to say that in shout out refracted, you know, this line of sight to his ground is below eye level, and he seems to be forgetting this. He's got a line of sight to the ground in the distance at eye level.
The internal.
Yeah, I'll make it quick as well, Nathan. What he's shown there with a chord through a portion of a circle, that was the first two things. He's after just committing the first two fallacies, if you want to call them a fallacy, that I pointed out, or we all pointed out back to 2021, which was that the chord for a start, the chord length will be the actual distance that he's measuring, but the chord length will be less than the arc length he's after placing above it. So that could never work because the chord length and the arc lengths will always be different. So you'll never be able to find your location. You won't be able to navigate. Can't work. Number one. Number two, he has to bypass the dip correction. He has to completely bypass the dip correction because he's like, there's no point in him saying, "Oh, we could use the bubble sextant or artificial horizon." No, you can't. Can't use any of them on a boat. That's why you need the horizon. You need a mariner sextant, and you can't bypass the dip correction. That can't be done because that corrects you, gives you a 90 degrees.
I think you're being a bit more advanced than you need to be. You're absolutely correct. Don't get it wrong. But what he's showing on screen now is that the angle measurement is in reference to this flat baseline and is not in reference to the curved Earth surface. Now, when you're dealing with celestial navigation, I'll say it again because Dave's fucking stupid. We're dealing with the GP. That's the ground position. So in Dave's example that he's got on screen now, which one is the ground position? Where the star meets the ground. And that'll be this flat line that Dave's drawn along here. It's not meeting the curved ground that Dave claims is the world he stands on. He's gone through a few hoops to make a flat ground with a redundant ground that isn't going to be the ground position of the star. That'll be meeting this flat line. So redundant sphere after a few hoops have been jumped through to give us a bifurcation of the sphere that's redundant, that's flat, that will give you an angle and will give you 90 degrees below the star, as is required. But we won't be drawing to the curved surface. That's not our ground position. This will be the flat one. So Dave's about to show us how the ground position for the star isn't the curved ground, it's the flat one.
Angle and then add the two together. This then forms a perfect triangle for our calculations.
Welcome to flat Earth, not the curved surface then. So the ground position's not on the curve, welcome to flat Earth.
The problem with this when basing it on a globe is the difference in the angles becomes so small, any margin of error at all with the measurement.
Did you just say the distance with the angles on a globe? Hey, fuckwit. There are no angles to curved surfaces, you stupid clown. Let's just rewind and show his diagram.
Calculations. The problem with this when basing it on a globe is...
Right. Is this the baseline? You can't have an angle from a curved surface, Dave. It seems that you're taking the angle from the centre of Earth. Is somebody taking an angle from the centre of the core of a globe Earth, you presuppose, Dave? Is this where we're measuring angles from? No, Dave. And this line is not forming an angle with this curve, Dave. So let's just get it clear. Number one, We're not taking fucking angles from the centre of the molten iron core, shit for brains. We're taking them from the surface. Is that clear, you stupid idiot? We take angle measurements from the surface. We establish a baseline and it is flat. What we don't do, go to the middle of a core to get the angle. Like Dave's showing here. We don't do that. Further to that, lines coming off a curved surface don't meet a prerequisite flat baseline. So this is shite, Dave. This is how it doesn't work with a globe Earth, because you can't have angles meeting a curved baseline, Dave. It's got to be flat. Like when you measured the angle off a flat baseline, not from the core.
Is the difference in the angles becomes so small.
What angle would that be? An angle off a bent baseline? You don't know what an angle is, shit for brains. Yeah, have we not said it enough? You can't get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline, Dave. How many times have we got to say it? Are you just stupid? Is it that when we say you can't get an elevation angle measurement like you've just described from a curved surface, that you zoomed out real quick on? Yeah, that's not an angle, Dave. Yeah? Is this my hand wave, by the way, you stupid numpty? Or is this me ripping your arguments to shreds? Because what you've just said is angle from curve. Yeah, a straight line meeting a curve is not an angle, Dave. You're just stupid. This is how it won't give you an angle. Okay?
Small, any margin of error at all with the measurement will produce wildly different results.
What measurement? You didn't take an angle from that curved surface, shit for brains. Hello? The difference in the angle? Which angle? You had lines meeting curved surfaces, shit for brains. There weren't any measurements of angles because they had curved lines meeting straight lines. Hello?
I just like how he prefaced this with the problem with this happening on a globe. Yeah. Keep telling us how this is a problem on the globe, buddy.
Yeah, he is, and we're reiterating it.
All of this actually confirms that Polaris is a hell of a long way away.
How so? You didn't get an angle off a curve. The presupposition of the curved surface required a tangent point horizon below surface level. It required Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion and Huygens' assumption that Venus had the same R value as Earth when taking tangent points below surface level and measuring heights of mountains off flat surfaces with elevation angle measurements to get R. So how in the holy hell did this in any way infer or prove or measure the height of the star when you're using this example to say you can't do it? It just beggars belief. This is epic AF. Nathan, says Duncan McLeod. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
Well, I mean, you certainly had accurate height there. It's a hell of a long way away.
Yeah, part one, we can't get height if we're using elevation angles. Yeah, dum-dum, no one's trying to. But here we are, it must be really far away. Because of what? You telling us how we can't get height?
Because if you take a triangle and you stretch out one point of it, then the angle at that point becomes increasingly smaller and smaller.
Meanwhile, you use triangles in celestial navigation, Dave. That weren't what you were exampling, though, was it?
Like how humans' perception of depth works great for objects relatively close to us, but once those objects get very far away, it becomes increasingly harder and harder for us to judge it because the baseline distance between our eyes is just proportionally too small.
No fucking way! Dave, in one video, has managed to annihilate a curved Earth to do celestial navigation, prove that you need a perfect baseline to do celestial navigation, which is done daily, Dave, it's not my claim, and annihilated the Earth curve maths by detailing how perspective works. Is he going to get 3 for 3? Are we going to get a hat-trick out of this video? It's half an hour long. I just can't believe how stupid he is. Dave, you've just annihilated Earth curve maths. What you've just described is hashtag shit shrinks. Meanwhile, in your begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator, The feet and inches value of this man doesn't change with distance. In Earth curve maths, he's a 6-foot man at all distances. So I could put 1,000,000 miles on the line between target and observer in the Earth curve maths and claim that it's still visible. And claim that the only reason it's obstructed is because an Earth curve got in the way of him. Because the feet and inches value is blocked with a tangent point horizon. You've just detailed how things get smaller into the distance with a limited angle to the deck. Yeah, that's perspective. Excluded from Earth curve maths, Muppet! Anybody know what else is coming? There's got to be a 3. This has got to be a 3 for.
It's hard to know because to me, remember when Mitchell had Mr. Sensible say, at best, you've debunked the radius. That is like this. This is like that, but in slow motion. If you understand. I've never heard one person self-destroy their own model on the ball side as bad before. I've never heard anyone do this bad.
Me neither. I've got to. This takes the cake. I'm slightly aghast.
So it's not that it's impossible to measure altitudes on a globe. It's impossible to measure altitudes anytime you have an object that is thousands of times further away than the distance between the observation points, because the difference in elevation angles between the two vantage
difference in elevation angles that you'll measure off a flat plane, Dave. So we're going to be measuring elevation angles then. Not in this diagram, shit for brains. These aren't elevation angle measurements, because this line is meeting a curve and this line's meeting a curve. So these aren't angles. They're certainly not elevation angles, Dave. Why have you got this on screen? You can't get an elevation angle measurement to a curved baseline, shit for brains. Didn't you know? Why are you drawing out a non-angle and talking about what you will do with elevation angles? When number one, you've said that they're bunk. Number two, they're only acquirable if you've got a perfect baseline. That's a flat Earth. This isn't that, Dave. These aren't angles, Dave. Hello? Thick as shit.
Sorry, I slipped on the end of your statement there. He's just stated, and he's showing on screen, because he is inferring a chord through that globe he has on screen. He's just stated that trigonometry can be done. That's the very thing that he claimed we're using or something. Earlier. He's just tried to claim you can't do trigonometry. Why not?
On a globe. No, you can't. That's right, Dave.
You can't do it on a globe.
Yeah. Kudos, Dave. Yeah, this won't work. Also, your reasoning behind why it won't work is also flawed, because these aren't elevation angles that you're showing, because they're meeting a curved line. Hello, you don't know what an angle is. It's not like it's been said about 4,000 times on this show. Yeah, it's not like it's a housekeeping question. Let's ask that housekeeping question with this on screen. Any evidence that you can acquire a, quote, Dave Triangles McKeegan, an elevation angle measurement from a curve baseline as depicted on screen now?
Nope.
There's a bigger problem with what he has on screen, because he showed earlier a chord line for that white triangle thing he has going there. He's actually bringing a chord through his globe. And he just stated a few minutes ago that it's impossible to state something, how far away something is.
No, no, you're wrong.
And to do trigonometry.
No. Sorry? I've just blown it up. There's no chord line through this. He's drawing lines, calling them elevation angles, and they're meeting a curve. I can see it on screen. I mean, I couldn't, but I can now. There is no chord through this, Brian. That's a curve. That's a straight line.
He had a diagram where he put a chord through it.
He did, but he hasn't on this, because he's stupid. So he's described, and I'll rewind it and play it again, elevation angle measurements. Then he's shown this. But as you can see on screen now, this line is meeting a curve. This is not an elevation angle, as described by Dave Keegan.
You have an object that is thousands of times further away than the distance between the observation points, because the difference in elevation angles
Difference in elevation angles. These aren't them, Dave. You can't get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. We ask it daily. It's a housekeeping question, shit for brains. The difference in elevation angles. Oh, really? Is that what is on screen right now, Dave? It isn't, stupid idiot, because that's a curved baseline. Hello? You've gone through what elevation angles are. Why would you show it with a curved baseline? Are you thick? Yes, you are. Is this me hand-waving you, by the way, Dave? Me showing your own stupid shit for brains diagram and pointing out that with on screen your words of the difference in elevation angles. These aren't elevation angles, you stupid idiot. Yeah, angle would be this, meeting a flat baseline, like a perfect flat baseline like you described. Yeah? Hello? Dave shit for brains McKeegan. Anybody home?
Hang on, there's something you're missing here. Remember you said you wanted 3 for 3? This might be it. Earlier on, he showed a circle with a chord through it between two observers, right? Now, he's trying to, even though he's not showing that here, he's trying to infer it without showing it. Now, he should be showing it, but he's not. But then he's stating that you can't do trigonometry, which is solving of the angles, and because of the 2 points being so close together, in something. I can't remember exactly what he said. But how did they get the distances to these celestial bodies then? Is he just stating that they couldn't have got the distances that they claim?
Yes, that's what he's
Do you
doing.
understand what I mean?
Yes, he's snatching his own wig off in that regard too. And but QE was precisely pointing that out earlier when he's saying, "Well, how do you get this distance? What distance?"
Yeah, but he also snatched his own wig off by saying that even if you could get the distance, you can't if you don't have a flat baseline.
Right.
So thanks all around, Dave.
Between the two vantage points is just too small. Take the sun, for example, in the heliocentric model is 93 million miles away. If it's over the equator, the furthest vantage point you could have for a baseline would...
So, again, what the hell? Do you think that you've got a baseline here? Where's the baseline, Dumbo? You don't have one. You can't get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline, you stupid shit.
Would be at one of the poles.
Really? You think this is an elevation angle, do you, Dumbo? You've just gone through with us on this video what it requires. It requires a flat baseline. Hello? Is he mentally retarded? Is that the problem? Are we being cruel to mentally disabled people here?
No.
He might be cognitively less capable, like more capable of becoming stuck in doublethink. I think he is one of those.
I think he's about to say that when the sun is at the horizon, then what you're saying is that it's 5,400 nautical miles away from you.
Oh, I see. So this would be a...
Let's hear it.
So no. Well, it's on screen if that's the case, because then you've got a physical geometric tangent point horizon, have you, Dave? Hey, Ruthie. Hey, Toon. Hey, Prof. Phil Bell. Hey, you can add this numpty dipshit to your list. How's that geometric horizon working out for you, Dumbo? Yeah? Is that what you were going for, 10th?
No, I want to hear him out because you're going to play the last 5 seconds before we hear the next phrase.
The centric model is 93 million miles away. If it's over the equator, the furthest vantage point you could have for a baseline would be at one of the poles, which is less than 4,000 miles away, meaning the distance to the sun is over 23,000 times further than the distance between the observers. It's just too small to accurately measure.
Oh, I know where he's going. I know where he's going now. He's going to use trigonometric parallax. He's going to start revolving the Earth around the sun, man. How much you want to bet?
Which, incidentally, is what Wandek and I were actually talking about. He'd asked me to show how to get a 93 million mile distance for the sun using elevation angles on a globe, and I was trying to explain to him it's too far away to accurately do.
No, you'd have to take an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline to do it, and you can't. So, based on your own description, you can't do this then. Because celestial navigation, by way of acquisition of an angle to a star, or two, or three, is utilised daily in navigation. But what you're saying is you can't get your height of your stars that you claim and we don't using this method. Okay, well that's a definite L for you on the globe.
Seems he kind of forgot to mention that bit, though. Scott Manley actually has a video where he measured the altitude of the ISS using elevation angles. He showed all his methods.
Really? How did he get the flat baseline? He needs a perfect baseline. So this guy acquired a baseline, didn't he? That was flat. So when he measured the... Jesus fucking wet. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I thought you were
No,
finished.
go
I thought
ahead,
you were
Brian.
finished saying what you're saying.
I'm being over dramatic. I'm just joking.
Well, just on the point, he said there, the ISS, that would mean the ISS would have to be a satellite, which means it has to have a sub point, which means that he must use an angle that has a horizontal baseline between him and the sub point of that ISS.
Yeah. So he's measured a flat baseline. Elevation angle measurements require a flat baseline. And he's saying the elevation angle measurement, the prerequisite flat Earth, flat baseline, was measured to the ISS. All right, well, that proved Earth's flat. You need a, quote, perfect baseline, don't you, Dave? To get the elevation angle measurement, because you can't get them off curved surfaces. They have to be flat. Yeah, like you detailed.
Method and is working, and he came to a calculated figure of...
Yeah.
Can I say something? Right, because I can't believe that what he just said. Like in the last 5 minutes or few seconds in the actual recording. But so first he invokes this height of celestial bodies. Then he claims that is what we use on a flat Earth for navigation. Then he starts to compare it with the actual distances on a globe model and says, yeah, it doesn't work here. Like, what is the point of all this? Like, is he trying to exclude permanently that celestial navigation works on a globe? Because that's exactly what he's doing.
Yes.
With everything he rolled out, without any kind of at the end, I'll get it right. No, he's just creating an open wound in his own religion.
No, this idiot's going to trigonometric parallax. He has to, because then there is no point of going any further here.
Of 407 kilometers, which is exactly what the official figures state it is. Now, I'm pretty sure if Nathan is watching this video, I'll wager he paused it at the moment earlier where I said about knowing the radius of the globe allows us to calculate a triangle to create a baseline.
A what? A triangle?
Is watching this video, I'll wager he paused it at the moment earlier where I said about knowing the radius of the globe allows us to calculate a triangle to create...
Oh, beautiful. No. Dave's getting a new nickname. It's Dave Twiangles McKeegan. Dave, I bet Nathan paused it and added a little bit extra to your nickname and called you Dave Twiangles McKeegan.
Create a baseline.
Oh, what was that? What was that, Dave? Yeah, meters into kilometers, you say? What about the triangle? Yeah, I can add home your dumbass too.
And he will have probably said something along the lines of
Twiangles McKeegan. You will need an R value, and we have debunked it. Oh, so you assume I'd say the exact same thing twice? Because your prediction was based on me being very predictable and repeating myself. No, I didn't do that, did I, Dave? I just gave you the Twiangles McKeegan nickname instead, didn't I? Yeah, there's your predictability out the window. Yeah, I didn't do exactly what you guessed, did I? No, much more embarrassing, mate. This will definitely get trimmed out, though. I predict he'll say R value for a sphere Earth.
No, just the ad hom. Just the ad hom. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll sink to the same level you did, mate, with meters into kilometers, right? Yeah. Meanwhile, we need a perfect baseline for the triangle.
Now, this is a point I've seen Nathan try and make.
Try and make?
He's
Did I try
literally
and make
turning
it?
into Elmer Fudd.
Yeah, did I try and make it?
Numerous times. He does the same thing when he talks about Kepler's laws of planetary motion.
They my claim, are they? Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion, that's a globe claim, would suggest that you have orbits. And those orbits can be used to give you scaling values for a sphere Earth in a sky vacuum with gas not expanding into it, and the sun being at a 93 million mile distance, because a guy called Christian Huygens superimposed the R value we debunked, measured by Alberuni at a geometric limitation at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and utilising a flat plane elevation angle measurement for the height of the mountain, onto Venus.
He's presupposing the Earth is flat, so therefore...
You took from me detailing Christian Huygens' assumption of R onto Venus as a presupposition of Earth being flat. Do you not understand fucking English? I was detailing Huygens and Kepler's globe claim, but you took that as me presupposing Earth's flat. You don't understand simple English.
All the calculations that are being done using an R value are wrong. Except he overlooks that even if the R value has been debunked, that...
Even if it's been debunked, it has.
Doesn't debunk the actual observations.
Which ones would they be? Would they be the ones to the geometric horizon that Alberuni made? Yeah, we debunked them in 2020. Black Swan, Dumbo.
The calculations being...
debunk observations. What is he talking about?
I don't know. We'll find out. It'll guarantee to be classic. Or quasic.
Done with an R value. Another point that I raised to him in my previous video. But whilst we can't measure how far away objects are using elevation on a globe, we can use parallax measuring, because that is far more accurate than elevation angles.
Called it. QE called it.
I told you.
Yeah, you called it. Sorry. We're debating celestial navigation as a proof that we require a flat baseline, a perfect, end quote, baseline. Yeah. But you're now detailing your height claim that we don't make. And
did he? I'm sorry,
that?
did he first say, whilst we can't measure the height of the stars using elevation angles from the globe, which was the very thing in the beginning he was trying to attribute to us?
That's what I thought I heard. Play that
again.
10,
Whilst we
15
can't
seconds
measure
or so.
how far away objects are using elevation on a globe...
Boom. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Wow.
No, you can't.
We can use parallax measuring, because that is far more accurate than elevation angles.
And useful for finding your way at sea. So, same scenario, lost at sea. Oh my God, we're lost. Get the navigator. What are we going to do? Well, we can't actually use a flat baseline to get the height. Why do you want the height? Shut up! To get the height. But we can use parallax to get the height. We don't need the fucking height. We need to find out where we are. We're going to die here. Shut up! I'm using parallax to get the height. Do you hear me? We're all going to die at sea if I don't damn well find out the height of that star.
He just want to point out something very quickly. He just stated that, if you go back a little tiny bit to where Chocolate and Kent was talking about, that you can't use elevation angles to get the height or distance to a star, he said, on a globe. Then how do you use elevation angles for anything else then?
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can't use them for anything.
They're not
navigation,
useful or
astronomy.
acquirable. They're not useful for a sphere. They're not acquirable from a sphere. They're not useful for navigating, utilising a sphere. If you do infer that as a sphere, you'll be bisecting it and cutting off a section of it to make it flat. But ultimately speaking, not useful for a globe is the main point that Dave's making here. Okay. I mean, it might be useful to infer parallax, which isn't celestial navigation, to get a height that's not useful for anything. But that's what Dave's going to be doing and taking a part in this argument. It seems not that anybody's claiming height. He even played me saying it, but he's still barking on about height. Okay, fair enough, Dave. Off you pop.
And based on a globe, when we range the moon, we consistently get distances measured between 200 to 250,000 miles.
You know you can perform celestial navigation with the moon also, right?
No, it's got to stop that.
How does he measure the distance to the moon?
With
all this
parallax?
time?
This is the point. This is the switcheroo. So he's not. First of all, he's not measuring parallax from any observer. He's measuring the differential between two observers. Okay, and as he's blatantly said, parallax there, he's not used it or applied it for stars. He's now only cited it in relation to the moon, which again is celestial navigation, because the parallax of the moon gives you a function to calculate time. So no problem. We're back to flat-based celestial navigation, having straw man, from what I can see, to claim parallax is doable on the stars as a useful indicator, and then gone to the moon as your citation, which is celestial navigation.
So switching briefcases, basically.
Seems so.
No,
you go to
no.
Master D
No,
and look at the picture,
parallax
please.
Parallax is the change in angle.
Yes.
It's
That's
still
what I'm gonna
nothing to
show.
flat Earth.
Let John go, because I was about to go there. Go ahead, John.
Parallax is a change in angle from a different position on Earth. You still need a flat Earth.
And it's
Right,
depicted...
and that's not smart.
guys, hello. And it's depicted on his little diagram. Check it out. This isn't in reference to the surface of Earth, Dave. You seem to have installed a flat plane in your globe Earth, so that we are definitely not referencing the globe Earth surface in your diagram. Oh, what about this diagram? It seems to be going to the centre of a molten iron core, so I'm pretty certain we can discount this one in terms of referencing angles taken from a surface when utilising a perfect plane. So these will require a plane, Dave. They're angle measurements, and you can't get elevation angle measurements or any angle from a curve. So this little straw man burning exercise for parallax also requires a flat plane, Dave.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that, because
Usually
this
is.
distance he's yeah, it always is with this fella. It's way worse than that. If that celestial object moves, right, which it will, because they all move, within 10 minutes, the distance he'll get will be completely different. Won't be the same distance, because the angles will have changed.
Should I round out at this
Nathan,
point?
are you showing the picture in Master D?
Right, we're about halfway through this video, so I think we're just going to have to do a part 2, because this has been like a 3.5-hour live show. So we're at 15
4
minutes.
more hours.
15 minutes and 26 seconds. But with that, I am going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you, first and foremost, to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's extended live show possible. Fortunately, there's not going to be an after show to follow. So another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, gifted out memberships, hit the PayPal link, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!